Chapter 1187. Ning Fan had killed hundreds of second-step immortal venerables in one fell swoop. He had even killed an immortal venerable of the 10,000 ancient era. This matter had caused a huge commotion. Thus, they had no choice but to temporarily stop the regional battles. At this moment, even a fool could see that the Black Demon sect was really lucky this time. They actually managed to recruit a super expert who could kill an ancient immortal venerable. Countless people were secretly guessing Ning Fan's true cultivation base. Since he was able to kill an immortal revered of the past 10,000 years, even if he is not an immortal emperor, he is probably a peerless expert among the immortal kings. Some people thought even more deeply, with the little wealth of the Black Demon sect, how could they ask the immortal king to take action? I can't be wrong. Ning Fan was not a guest elder that was recruited from the outside. Ning Fan's true identity was a senior cultivator of the Black Devil sect who was slumbering in the heaven-avoiding coffin. This time, he had come out of the coffin to seek justice for the Black Demon sect, who had been bullied for a long time. Despicable. It was just a regional battle between the younger generation, but the Black Demon sect had actually sent their sleeping immortal king senior to fight. This was bullying the weak. This is not fair. Hee, so what if I'm bullying the weak? Did the rules forbid this? However, the Black Devil sect actually has an old monster in hibernation. This is truly strange. This old man has never heard of such a thing. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Some time ago, it was revealed that the Pure Sun sect had a sleeping quasi-sage. Before this incident, even the Pure Sun sect themselves didn't know that they had a quasi-sage. I think the situation this time is more or less the same. You didn't see it. At that time, the people of the Black Devil sect were all dumbfounded. Obviously, they didn't know that there was such an immortal king old monster sleeping in their own sect. But it's still very strange. If the Black Devil sect has such an old monster in slumber, why didn't this person make a move when the Black Devil sect was being bullied in the past? As long as the world knows that the Black Devil sect has an immortal king in hibernation, who would dare to bully the Black Devil sect? Fellow Taoist, you might not know this, but it's said that there are old monsters at the Star Lord level who hate the Black Devil sect. If my guess is correct, the enemies of the Black Devil sect have never been true immortal forces. If it wasn't for the fact that the Black Demon sect had been suppressed by the Purple Dress Palace, this immortal king probably wouldn't even bother to make a move. It's the Purple Dress Palace that has gone overboard. What? There were only 28 star constellation ancient emperors in the 4C sect. Why would such a supreme existence hate the Black Demon sect? You ask me, but who should I ask? I only heard this news by chance. Who knows if it's true or not? However, it's still very strange. I've just contacted my ancestral master. He said that he has investigated the history of the Black Devil sect. In the history of this sect, there isn't a senior immortal king called Ning Fan. Besides, the Four Majestic sect seems to have never given the heaven-avoiding coffin to the Black Devil sect. How did this person fall into a deep sleep? What's so strange about that? Ning Fan's name is most likely a pseudonym. Or perhaps, the name that was recorded in the history of the Black Devil sect was not his real name. As for the heaven-evading coffin, he probably obtained it through some other means. Countless people discussed in secret. Countless people secretly used various channels to spread the news of what had happened. Ning Fan did not pay attention to those discussions. After the incident, he did not leave Purple Robe's planet. Instead, he brought the group of cultivators of the Black Devil sect back to rest. It was impossible for the Four Meridians sect to ignore such a huge matter. That was why he was waiting here. He wanted to see how the Four Meridians sect would handle this matter. Immortal venerated 10,000 ancient was killed. Their sect master was also killed. The 20 elite experts of the sect were all killed in the arena. The Purple Robe's palace had instantly fallen to become a third-rate force. When the cultivators of the Purple Robes Palace received the cultivators of the Black Devil sect, they no longer had the arrogant attitude. Instead, each of them was very cautious. They did not dare to offend the Black Devil sect, which was guarded by an immortal king. Regarding his cultivation base and origin, Ning Fan did not explain much to the people of the Black Devil sect. He only displayed the cultivation method that only the sect master of the Black Devil sect knew, the Black Devil art. Then, he went into seclusion. The reason why he went into seclusion was to consume the Dao fruit. After refining the Dao fruit, his cultivation base would improve significantly. Outside Ning Fan's room, Han Shiqi and the others were beaming with joy. They were surprised that Ning Fan had actually successfully cultivated the Black Devil art. As the sect master of the Black Devil sect, the Black Devil art was a little special. It was not just a cultivation method but also the proof of one's loyalty to the Black Devil sect. It was not difficult to cultivate the Black Devil art. However, if one was not a cultivator of the Black Devil sect or if one had betrayed the sect, this cultivation method would automatically disperse and one would not be able to truly possess it. There was only one reason why Ning Fan could use the Black Devil art. He was once the sect master of the Black Devil sect. Up until now, he had not betrayed the sect. He was really one of us. There's no mistake about Senior Ning's identity. He is a member of our sect. He must be a cultivator who is in deep slumber that no one knows about. I didn't expect that our Black Devil sect would also have an expert who is in deep slumber. Our Black Devil sect will definitely rise. Oh right. Why don't we ask this senior to save our sect master from the lower world and bring him back to the upper world? We definitely need to ask this senior for help. However, he is currently in seclusion. We shouldn't disturb him. The heaven-evading coffin has many side effects. Senior has been out of the coffin for quite some time this time. I'm afraid he needs to recuperate for a long time. Let's not disturb him. The people of the Black Devil sect returned to their rooms to rest. In the end, only Bailey was left standing outside Ning Fan's room. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. All the cultivators of the Black Devil sect believed Ning Fan's identity. They believed that he was an old senior of the Black Devil sect who had been in deep slumber for many years. However, she did not believe it. In the past, she had witnessed Ning Fan attaining the divine transformation realm with her own eyes. It had only been a few hundred years since then. To advance from the deity transformation stage to the immortal king stage in just a few hundred years. Even with the help of a treasure that could alter time, it was still impossible. Could it be that young Master Ning's cultivation was not obtained through his own cultivation, but he had obtained some sort of cultivation inheritance that allowed his cultivation to soar to the immortal king realm? I have heard from my master that there are several methods that can raise one's cultivation level so quickly. All of these methods cost a lot of resources. Even some immortal emperors can't afford it. Not only will the immortal king's foundation be completely destroyed, but it will also be difficult for him to improve his cultivation level. He will also lose the qualification to live forever. After the immortal king is enlightened, he will die within 1,000 years. There's another possibility. Young Master Ning has already died a long time ago. He died after being possessed by some immortal king realm old monster. That's why he revealed his immortal king realm cultivation. It's also because of this that he couldn't recognize me in the beginning and needed to search through his memories to confirm who I am. The more Bailey thought about it, the more confused she became. Neither situation was what she hoped for. She waited outside Ning Fan's room for a whole month. 1 month later, Ning Fan came out from his seclusion. His magic power had increased to 14,200 tribulations. He had gained 500 tribulation energy. It was extremely difficult to increase one's magic power after 10,000 tribulations. The Tao fruits of immortal venerables and immortal kings had a very weak effect on increasing one's magic power at this level. More than 20 Dao fruits could only increase his magic power by less than 10 tribulations. On the other hand, the immortal Emperor Dao fruit had increased Ning Fan's magic power by 500 tribulations, which really surprised him. He did not expect that the immortal Emperor Dao fruit would actually have such a significant effect after attaining 10,000 tribulations of magic power. It seems like I really should look for more immortal Emperor Dao fruits to increase my cultivation level in the future. After using the Dao fruits to increase his cultivation level, he had gone through multiple soul sealing techniques to ensure that there were no hidden dangers in his cultivation level. As a result, the magic power that Ning Fan could use without any hidden dangers had increased to 500 tribulations in one go, reaching the level of a newly advanced immortal venerable. Miss, are you waiting for me here? As soon as Ning Fan walked out of the room, he saw Bei Li. He was slightly surprised and then burst into laughter. He had forgotten that he had promised Bei Li that he would help her get rid of the scheme in her body. It seems like the reason why Bei Li was waiting here was because of this matter. Bei Li wanted to say something but hesitated. After a long time, she bit her lips and asked with concern. Young Master Ning, tell me honestly. Did you use a secret technique to forcefully increase your cultivation level? Are you worried about me? Ning Fan was surprised. Young Master, don't think too much. I'm just asking casually. Hee. It's reasonable for you to be curious. After all, in your opinion, it has only been a few hundred years since we first met. But in reality, I have been cultivating alone for more than 100,000 years with the help of some secret treasures. With my innate potential and some fortuitous encounters, is it really strange for me to reach my current cultivation level in just a few 100,000 years? Ning Fan said with a smile. Young Master's innate potential is peerless. If you have some fortuitous encounters, it's not impossible for you to reach the immortal king realm in just a few 100,000 years. An immortal king realm in just a few 100,000 years of age. If this news spreads out, it will be enough to shock the entire Dharma-ending era. Young Master is really a heaven-sent genius. In that case, young Master isn't possessed by someone, right? That's good. Bei Li's heart was filled with joy and she heaved a sigh of relief. Possessed by someone? Why is a girl's head filled with all sorts of strange things? Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Suddenly, he thought of what happened to Kei Shensi in the past and remained silent. Things like possession were indeed very common in the cultivation world. It was no wonder that Bei Li would ask about it. Ning Fan was very grateful for Bei Li's concern. Because of that, he became more serious when treating this lady. Ning Fan brought Bei Li back to the house. After a round of treatment, he took out a water blue goo insect from the lines on her palm. The body of the insect changed between real and illusory. It looked very strange. The appearance of the goo insect was very sticky and soft. When Bei Li thought that it had been hiding in her body for a long time, she felt disgusted. This is the water transformation insect. It grows and reproduces by absorbing the magic power of the water element. Judging from the patterns on the insect, this insect has been hiding in your body for several months and it's close to the breeding period. If you discover it a few months later, it will really enter the breeding period and lay eggs in your body. At that time, if you want to get rid of this insect, you will need to abolish your cultivation base to get rid of all the eggs. Ning Fan explained. He did not know much about goo insects, but he had been to too many places. Naturally, he had seen a lot of rare insects. Coincidentally, he recognized the water transformation insect. When Bei Li thought that this insect would lay eggs in her body a few months later, she felt nauseous and uncomfortable. The Great Elders faction actually used such a disgusting method to scheme against her. It was really too vicious. Thank you for your help this time, young master. Bei Li has nothing to repay you. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. It's just a small matter. After this insect is removed, the host will have a period of weakness. Miss, don't go out these few days and rest more. I also feel a little dizzy and tired. I want to go back and rest for a while. In that case, I won't disturb young master anymore. By the way, young master, you have to be careful. I received news that the four mysterious sect has already sent people to deal with this matter because the matter you caused was too big. Bailey got the news from the Lost World Palace. She should not tell Ning Fan about such top-secret information, but she still told him anyway. Of course, she did not know much about it. She only knew that the four mysterious sect would send people to deal with this matter. As for who exactly they would send, she did not know. Neither did she know how they would deal with this matter. After sending Bailey off, Ning Fan suddenly went to the courtyard. He looked at the empty place in the courtyard and said, "You've been here for 27 days. Why? Are you still not going to show yourself?" As soon as Ning Fan's words fell, a soft exclamation came from a place in the courtyard where there was no one around. Then, a gentle breeze blew past and turned into an old man who looked like a skinny monkey. When he appeared, he flicked his sleeve and the surrounding heaven and earth changed under the strong wind. Ning Fan felt his vision blurred. In the next moment, he was already forcefully locked into a gray world by the skinny monkey old man. This skinny monkey old man was actually a quasi-saint realm expert. This world was filled with the massive Tao law of wind. This is, the palm void of the wind palm position. No, that's not right. It's similar to the palm void but it's different. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. Even though Ning Fan had sealed his magic power, not every quasi-saint realm expert could subdue him with a single move. However, this skinny monkey old man was able to forcefully lock him into this world. What he used was definitely not some ordinary method but a method similar to the palm void. What an interesting little fellow. You're obviously just an immortal king but you can see through the traces of my wind body and even see through the mysteries of this world. However, it's a pity that you're still wrong about one thing. This place isn't the palm void that you think it is but a titled void. Titled void, huh, why did you attack me? Ning Fan asked calmly. The reason for his calmness was that he did not sense any killing intent from this skinny monkey old man. He could hear the voices of all living beings. Therefore, he could easily sense the kindness and malice of others. You still have the cheek to ask. The old man glared at Ning Fan and continued. Little friend, do you know how many heavenly laws you violated during the regional battle? It's not a big deal for you to kill those hundreds of participants. However, you've also killed the Purple Robes Palace's sect master and the Purple Robes Palace's immortal venerables. Both of them did not participate in the arena battle. If we really pursue this matter, you've at least committed a grave crime that's above the 19th level. I've received the favor of Divine Master Nangong of the Two Rights sect. I know that your Black Devil sect is the orthodox lineage of the Two Rights sect. It wasn't easy for an immortal king like you to emerge from the Black Devil sect. I really can't bear to see you get your cultivation base crippled and fall to the lower world. That's why I came here to save you. Next, I'll bring you to the Purple Clan to apologize to the people of the Purple Clan. We'll turn a big problem into a small one and a small one into nothing. Purple Clan. It seems like you really don't know about it. The Purple Robes Palace is backed by the Purple Clan. It's a small matter that you killed the Purple Robes Palace's venerables. To people at my level, violating the heavenly laws isn't a big deal. However, offending the Purple Clan is too serious. If the Purple Clan uses the heavenly laws to punish you, even I won't be able to protect you. The foundation of a secret clan is not something you can imagine, especially the secret clan of the Northern Heaven. The strength of their foundation is not something the secret clans of the other three heavens can compare with. The elderly man said with great fear. So. Ning Fan frowned. When he killed the people of the Purple Robes Palace, he did not know that the Purple Robe's palace actually had the support of a secret clan. In that case, killing the people of the Purple Robe's palace might cause him to become enemies with the Purple Clan. This was not his original intention. That's why I'll bring you to the Purple Clan to apologize to them. I see. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. However, I don't think I've done anything wrong. That's why I don't want to apologize to anyone. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. In the end, he still shook his head and rejected the elderly man's kindness. Ning Fan could see that the reason why this quasi-saint realm expert of the Four Majestic sect came to him was just to be a mediator. He did not have any ill intentions. When he killed the people of the Purple Robe's palace just now, Ning Fan did not know that the Purple Clan was behind the Purple Robe's palace. No one would be willing to offend a secret clan for no reason. However, Ning Fan did not think that he did anything wrong by protecting the Black Devil sect. It was the people of the Purple Robe's palace who were in the wrong first. They had repeatedly bullied the Black Devil sect. What Ning Fan did was just a form of retaliation. Even if he knew that this matter might offend the Purple Clan, he would still not let any of the people who deserved to be killed go. If the Purple Clan was reasonable, they would naturally not blame him. However, if they were unreasonable, then there was even less of a need for him to lower his head and apologize to them. What an interesting little fellow. After hearing the great name of the Purple Clan, you actually remained unmoved. I really don't know if I should say that you have a backbone or should I say that you are ignorant. Fine. In order to save your life and leave a precious immortal king realm expert for the Black Devil sect, even if I have to capture you today, I will bring you to the Purple Clan to apologize to them. The domineering nature of the Purple Clan is not something you can imagine. Young man, you must remember that in this world, you have to lower your head when you need to. If you are too strong, you will only be broken by the wind. The titled weapon, appear. The elderly man clasped his hands together. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind blew between heaven and earth. Amidst the fierce wind, a green wind pouch that was as large as a mountain suddenly appeared. The pouch opened and emitted a strong gust of wind in Ning Fan's direction. It was trying to suck Ning Fan into the pouch. Mid-grade innate magic treasure. No, this treasure isn't tangible. A sense of danger suddenly appeared in Ning Fan's heart. Almost at the moment he saw the wind pouch, his entire body turned into a ray of light and flew a great distance away in an instant, evading the attack range of the wind pouch. Ning Fan's speed of evading was extremely fast and the distance he could cover was also very far. However, the ability of the wind pouch seemed to be able to ignore the distance between space and time. No matter where Ning Fan escaped to, it would still be able to capture him. It was extremely strange. Gray light erupted between heaven and earth. In the next moment, Ning Fan, who had already escaped, was forcibly sucked into the pouch despite the distance between space and time. He was actually caught by the skinny and monkey-like elderly man in just a single move. This skinny and monkey-like elderly man was obviously a top expert among the first-level quasi-saints. After the wind pouch caught Ning Fan, it flew back to the skinny and monkey-like elderly man's hand and returned to its original form. It was a gray pouch the size of a palm. Inside the pouch, Ning Fan tried to break free. Unfortunately, it was useless. With the amount of magic power he could use now, he would not be able to break free from the wind pouch without using some special methods. Not bad, little fellow. The extreme speed of escaping in an instant is not much weaker than my wind escape divine movement technique. Unfortunately, my wind master pouch is a little special. No matter how fast you run or how far you go, as long as there is wind at the place where you stand, I can use the wind to suck you back into the pouch. Once you are sucked into the pouch, you won't be able to escape unless you have the cultivation base of a quasi-saint. Little fellow, you better accept your fate and follow me to the Purple Clan. I guarantee that as long as you lower your head and apologize to the Purple Clan, I will certainly protect your life. I won't let anyone hurt you. What? While the skinny and monkey-like elderly man was persuading the wind pouch, his expression suddenly changed. To his surprise, the wind pouch that was perfectly fine was suddenly pierced by countless thorns. A large number of thorns pierced through the pouch and forcefully grew out. Those were not ordinary thorns. With the experience of the skinny monkey-like old man, he recognized at a glance that these thorns were very similar to the ghost flower of the netherworld mentioned in an ancient book. Could it be? This kid was actually the legendary ghost flowers contractor. Not good. Bang! More branches pierced through the windbag and forcefully grew out. It was a branch of the soul-sucking tree. Countless sage-to-be attacks were unleashed from the windbag. In the end, the windbag could no longer bear the burden and was finally destroyed by the soul-sucking tree, turning into countless pieces of cloth. Then, the pieces of cloth turned into a cool breeze and dissipated. Ning Fan stood on the soul-sucking Trent's shoulder and fought his way out of the windbag. Unbelievable. You're just a little celestial king, yet you have a sage-to-be indestructible ghost soldier. The skinny old man said with a wry smile. I know that senior came here with good intentions. However, I hope that senior will not interfere in the matter between me and the Purple Clan. Ning Fan said. The skinny monkey-like old man looked at Ning Fan deeply and suddenly laughed. Good, good, good. Divine Teacher Nangong finally had a successor. The Heaven and Earth sect finally had a successor. You, very good. I won't interfere in the matter between you and the Purple Clan anymore. As for the heavenly rules that you violated in the regional battle, I will take care of it for you. However, don't do it again. The heavenly rules are the heavenly rules. Before you truly reach my level, it's better for you not to violate them in the future if you can. It was still the tone of a senior talking to a junior. As a matter of fact, this skinny monkey-like old man could be considered as the registered disciple of that divine teacher Nangong. He was an elder of the Heaven and Earth sect. Since the Heaven and Earth sect was the predecessor of the Black Devil sect, this skinny monkey-like old man was indeed Ning Fan Sr. The Black Devil sect had a tradition of shielding its members. This tradition had actually existed since the era of the Heaven and Earth sect and had been passed down until the era of the Black Devil sect. If it wasn't because of this relationship and this tradition, this skinny monkey-like old man would certainly not come to trouble himself by meddling in the matter between Ning Fan and the Purple Clan with the fear of quasi-saints. Senior, are you going to open the titled void space and let me out, or are you going to wait for me to break the void space and walk out by myself? Ning Fan's tone was very polite. However, this kind of politeness carried a sense of alienation. Obviously, Ning Fan did not have a good impression of this kind of senior who came to his door to capture him. What an interesting kid. What kind of tone is that? Are you angry at me? Are you blaming me for wanting to capture you as soon as I come to your door? The skinny monkey-like old man was stunned for a moment. Then, he burst into laughter. You have character. Just to my liking. No wonder you don't like me. It's impossible for you to have a good impression of anyone who wants to capture you as soon as they meet. If you are grateful to me, I will blame you for being hypocritical. According to the tradition of my Heaven and Earth sect, you have to compensate for your wrongdoings. Even as a senior, there is no exception. No matter what, I have already attacked you. As for compensation, I will give it to you later. However, I have something to discuss with that old thing, Ji Bing. Let's put the matter of compensation aside for now. As he spoke, the old man's originally lazy gaze suddenly sharpened. He made a grabbing motion with his hand, and a gust of wind suddenly appeared. Countless small ice shards that looked like hail were caught by the gust of wind and ruthlessly crushed. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. However, it was not because of the ice shards. As a matter of fact, he had already noticed the existence of these ice shards a long time ago. He could tell that it was a kind of sensing secret technique that was similar to the heavenly peering rain technique. Ning Fan could even sense who was using these ice shards to monitor him. It was the sleeping quasi-sage of the White Demon sect. Ever since Ning Fan caused a commotion in the regional battle, the White Devil sect's quasi-saints began to secretly observe him. What surprised Ning Fan was that the skinny monkey-like elderly man would actually break the ice shards. Isn't he afraid of becoming enemies with the White Devil sect's quasi-saints? Extreme ice. This old man doesn't care how you plot against the Black Demon sect leader token. However, this child is the legitimate successor of my Yin and Yang sect. If you dare to harm him, you will be making an enemy of me, Lei. Bear the consequences. It seemed like a threat, but also a warning. At the same time, the slumbering extreme ice exalted immortal in the White Demon sect suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Old dog Lei Zhe, how dare you? How dare you meddle in the business of my Yin and Yang sect? Do you really think that you are a disciple of the sect just because you became the nominal disciple of divine sage Nangong in the past? You are an outsider. You are just an outsider. Bullshit tradition of the Yin and Yang sect. Do you think it is your turn? Do you think you are invincible just because you have the title of Wind Master? This debt, this immortal will remember. Just you wait. Just you wait. Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal said with hatred. All right. The annoying flies have been driven away. Come with me to a place. I will give you some gifts as compensation. Old Ancestor Lei Zhe said with a smile. I'm not going. Ning Fan shook his head. He was not interested in the compensation from Old Ancestor Lei Zhe at all. Are you really not going? There are quite a lot of materials there. I can use them to create undying ghost soldiers. Where is it? Ning Fan's eyes flickered. Obviously, he was very interested in the place that Old Ancestor Lei Zhe mentioned. The forbidden area of the Light Clan. Are you going or not? No. Ning Fan was speechless. Is the forbidden area of a clan a place where an outsider like me can go as I please? He had already offended the members of the Purple Robe Palace by killing them. What if he offends the Light Clan again if he goes to the forbidden area of the Light Clan? He was not afraid of trouble, but he did not want to cause trouble for no reason either. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry. There are some changes in the forbidden area of the Light Clan. There are plenty of ferocious creatures in there that can be killed. There are as many materials as you want to create an undying ghost soldier. After you go there, you can kill all the ferocious creatures as you please. Not only will you not offend the Light Clan, you will also gain their favor. Those ferocious creatures are a huge headache for the Light Clan. I'm not going. Ning Fan did not trust Old Ancestor Lei Zhe at all. What if he goes to the forbidden area of the Light Clan and gets schemed against by Old Ancestor Lei Zhe? What if he becomes the sworn enemy of the Light Clan? He was not familiar with Northern Heaven at all. He could not help but think of the ugly side of people's hearts. All right. Since you don't want to go, I won't force you. You are the one who doesn't want to compensate me. Don't blame me for going against the tradition of the Heaven and Earth sect. Sigh. Initially, I was planning to help you kill some ferocious creatures to create a second quasi-holy level ghost soldier. Old Ancestor Lei Zhe purposely emphasized the words quasi-holy level ghost soldier. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was still unmoved. If he wants other quasi-holy level ghost soldiers, he can do it himself instead of asking a person whom he had only met once to do it for him. Forget it, forget it. You win. Why are you so vigilant? Am I that untrustworthy? Do you want to go or not? Old Ancestor Lei Zhe could not be bothered with Ning Fan anymore. He released the sealed void and the two of them returned to the outside world, appearing in the courtyard. Just as Old Ancestor Lei Zhe was planning to leave this place and return to the headquarters of the Four Fish sect, an alarm suddenly rang from his storage pouch. Beep beep beep. What a headache. Did something happen again? Old ancestor Lei Zhe took out the replica of the starry sky crystal that he always carried with him. After taking a casual glance at it, he exclaimed softly. Things were just so coincidental. Just a moment ago, he had just mentioned the forbidden area of the Light Clan to Ning Fan, and at the next moment, something happened there. Beep beep beep. Another message transmitting jade token rang. Old ancestor Lei Zhe felt a headache coming on. Without even looking, he already knew who was contacting him. Only the leader of the Four Fish sect, the ancient Reaching Heaven Emperor, knew about this message transmitting jade token. Old ancestor Lei Zhe opened the jade token lazily without bothering to hide it from Ning Fan. Then, Ning Fan heard the voice of the ancient Reaching Heaven Emperor from the jade token. Old Lei, I've encountered some trouble. Both Old Hua and Old Shi are guarding the boundary river. Only you can handle this matter. I'm not going. I'm not a servant of the Light Clan. Why should I go when something happened to their forbidden area? Old ancestor Lei Zhe's tone was very willful. He did not give the ancient Reaching Heaven Emperor any face. Sigh. All the quasi-saints of the Light Clan are participating in the battle in the boundary river. There are only some immortal emperors in the clan. The lowest level of the Light Ancestor Earth Abyss is not a place that ordinary immortal emperors can enter. Old Lei, only you can handle this matter. If you don't go, those who are trapped in the abyss will be in big trouble. That little girl who resonated with the Stone Warrior 8 formations is also there. The ancient Reaching Heaven Emperor said with difficulty. What? The fourth mistress of the Lost World Palace is also there. This is really a headache. The Stone Warrior 8 formations is the foundation of my northern heaven. The importance of this girl is self-evident. If something happens to her in the Light Ancestor Earth Abyss. Sigh. It seems like I really have to make a trip there. Hee hee. With Old Lei's help, I can rest assured about this matter. After hanging up the jade token, old ancestor Lei Zhe showed a serious expression that was rarely seen. He planned to pay a visit to the Light Clan. The fourth mistress of the Lost World Palace had a rather special identity. In the past, when she encountered difficulties, he would always lend a helping hand. Similarly, when some of the geniuses of the Northern Heaven who also had a special identity were in trouble, he would basically be the one who saved them. If Ning Fan did not interfere in this matter, this incident would just be an ordinary case of saving lives that had happened countless times before. However, because this matter was related to the fourth mistress of the Lost World Palace, it was impossible for Ning Fan not to get involved. The fourth mistress of the Lost World Palace was none other than Bei Xiaoman. Senior, do you have the star map of the Light Clan? Give me a copy. I will bring you to the Light Clan. Ning Fan asked with a frown. You've thought it through. Are you planning to go to the Light Clan to create undying ghost soldiers? Unfortunately, there are some problems in the forbidden area of the Light Clan. It's very dangerous. It's not suitable for me to bring you there to create ghost soldiers for now. My speed is faster than yours. I will bring you to the Light Clan to save time. It doesn't matter whether I create ghost soldiers or not. Let's go and save the others first. Ning Fan explained. What? You said your speed is faster than mine. That's impossible. Wind cultivators are best at speed. How can you be faster than the wind count of this generation? I don't believe it. Thus, old ancestor Lei Zhe, who refused to believe it, told Ning Fan the location of the Light Clan. In just 10 breaths, Ning Fan brought old ancestor Lei Zhe across millions of galaxies and arrived at the Light Clan. 6 teleportation portals. Ning Fan's original creation. The fastest teleportation. What? This is the devil voice of an ancient devil. No. That's not right. This is the teleportation technique that you created yourself. It's too fast. Even if it's the devil voice of an ancient devil, it won't be able to travel this far in 10 breaths. It would at least take tens of breaths. Kid, are you really an immortal king? Old Ancestor Lei Zhe was deeply shocked. Ning Fan did not explain further to Old Ancestor Lei Zhe. He did not even bother to ask for Old Ancestor Lei Zhe's name. With Ning Fan's Tao of Divination cultivation base that was improving day by day, if Bei Xiaoman's life was really in danger, he would have a sudden impulse or even directly use samsara to predict her future. Since there was no such reaction, it meant that Bei Xiaoman would not be in any life-threatening danger during this trip. Besides, with Old Ancestor Lei Zhe, a quasi-saint realm expert, it would not matter even if he did not care about Bei Xiaoman. She would be saved eventually. However, since he had already heard that Bei Xiaoman was in trouble, how could Ning Fan just sit by and do nothing? He did not know what had happened in the forbidden area of the Light Clan. However, if the ferocious creatures there dared to hurt Bei Xiaoman, he would not mind slaughtering all of them. Hey! Little fellow, you are revealing your killing intent. This is the Light Clan. Are you trying to deceive me into bringing you here to slaughter the Light Clan with such strong killing intent? Yes, you must have heard the conversation between me and Tong Tian and found out that the Light Clan doesn't have a quasi-saint realm expert now. Little fellow, I'm warning you. Countless members of the Light Clan have died in the battle at the North Border River. Even if you are my junior and the inheritor of the Two Forms sect, I will never allow you to harm the Light Clan. Old Ancestor Lei Zhe said with a serious expression. You think too much. Even though Ning Fan was too lazy to care about Old Ancestor Lei Zhe, he did not want to cause too many misunderstandings either. Almost at the same time when the two of them appeared, tens of cultivators of the Light Clan gathered in their direction. When they saw that it was Old Ancestor Lei Zhe, they were overjoyed. It's Old Lei. He has come to help us guard the Earth Abyss again. That's great. Humph. Cut the crap. Quickly lead the way. Which entrance of the Earth Abyss is the problem this time? Old Ancestor Lei Zhe harumphed coldly and asked with a concerned tone. At this moment, Ning Fan finally had a good impression of Old Ancestor Lei Zhe after witnessing his cold exterior but warm interior. It's the entrance of the Earth Abyss in this direction. Before the members of the Light Clan could answer, Ning Fan already answered. His sense of rain was too powerful. The moment he arrived, he had already dispersed the curtain of rain. He had already appeared in this place for more than 10 breaths. This amount of time was enough for him to find out a lot of things. Brat! Don't talk nonsense. The seal of the entrance of the Earth Abyss is extremely powerful. We can't sense what's happening inside at all from the outside. Even a quasi-saint like me can't sense it. How could you possibly sense it? Old Ancestor Lei Zhe scolded Ning Fan in a bad mood. However, at the next moment, the cultivators of the Light Clan slapped their faces. Old Lei, you've wronged this fellow Taoist. He's right. There's indeed something wrong with the entrance of the Earth Abyss in this direction. Hiss. This fellow Taoist is actually summoning the devil cavity of an ancient devil. Where did he go? What exactly is his identity? The seal has sensed something. Someone ignored the seal and directly entered the interior of the Earth Abyss. Could it be that fellow Taoist? He ignored those cultivators of the Light Clan. Once he confirmed that something was wrong with the Earth Abyss, Ning Fan directly activated the 6 teleportation portals. He ignored the seal of the Earth Abyss and directly teleported to the interior of the Earth Abyss. What he did not know was that his actions had shocked Old Ancestor Lei Zhe once again. The seal of Ancestor Lei Zhe's Earth Abyss is something that even I, a quasi-saint who is half a step away from attaining the 2nd level of the Light Clan, can't ignore. This young man can actually ignore the seal. What level of teleportation technique did he actually invent? It's too scary. Without much delay, old ancestor Lei Zhe followed closely behind Ning Fan. With the help of the cultivators of the Light Clan, he passed through the layers of seals and entered the Earth Abyss. When he successfully passed through the hundreds of layers of the Earth Abyss seal, it had already been 1 hour since Ning Fan entered the Earth Abyss. Ning Fan was already 1 step ahead of him. No one knew where in the Earth Abyss he was. Chapter 1188. The Light Ancestor Earth Abyss was a land of extreme fire, and also a land of extreme day. Flames surged in the air, and the earth emitted light as the boundless Fusang forest grew. The light here grew endlessly, causing the underground to be as bright as day. There was no night. As the Light Clan's forbidden land, the Light Ancestors' Abyss had an extremely complicated and dangerous environment. Countless ancient formations had been left behind. If one didn't have the cultivation of a saint, it would be impossible to charge around in the Earth Abyss. This was because no one could tell which ray of light or which wisp of flame was disguised by a supreme restriction. If one accidentally bumped into it, they would either die or be injured. Even someone as strong as Ning Fan had to move forward cautiously after entering this place. He did not dare to fly too fast. He had to carefully examine the surrounding restrictions, and even more so, he had to pay attention to a kind of vicious creature unique to this place, the light ant. It was a kind of ant that was as large as a calf. Its body was transparent and completely made of light. It had short wings and could crawl or fly. This kind of light ant usually appeared in groups. Their individual cultivation was not high, but they were very good at fusing attacks and could not be underestimated. Ning Fan had just flown several tens of thousands of li in the Earth Abyss and he had already encountered a few attacks from the light ants. At this moment, there were another 40+ light ants blocking his way. This time, most of the light ants that appeared were just at the void fragmentation realm. However, when more than 40 of them turned into rays of light and fused together, a human profound realm light ant appeared in front of Ning Fan. Hiss! 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 The human profound light ant spat out 3 light bullets at Ning Fan consecutively. If it was a human profound realm cultivator, he would certainly be extremely afraid of such a situation. However, Ning Fan was naturally not afraid of this light ant. With a flick of his sleeve, the light bullets that were flying towards him were absorbed into his sleeve and vanished without a sound. Then, he casually threw out a tribulation flash. The human black light ant let out a miserable shriek and was killed by Ning Fan. These light ants seem to be the thing that gives the light race a headache. Ning Fan knitted his brows. Almost as soon as he arrived at the Light Clan, he directly entered the Light Ancestors' Earth Abyss. Even though he had spread out his rain sense before, he did not purposely gather information in the Light Clan. When he spread out his divine consciousness, he heard some light race clansmen discussing the problem of the light ants in the abyss. Now that he saw these light ants, he naturally had some guesses. This is... Ning Fan's eyes moved slightly. At the place where the human profound light ant had fallen, the scattered light suddenly gathered and formed a tattered light pearl. This kind of light pearl was called the light ant inner elixir by the cultivators of the Light Clan. It was something similar to a Dao fruit. After eating it, it could directly increase one's cultivation. It seemed that the cultivators of the Light Clan had come to the Earth Abyss for training because they wanted to hunt for these inner cores. Along the way, Ning Fan had killed quite a number of light ants. However, it was his first time getting an inner core. It was obvious that the probability of producing an inner core was not high, which was similar to the Dao fruit. This was a human profound inner core, but its classification was not just based on the human profound inner core. It seemed like in the Light Clan, there were different grades of inner cores such as damaged inner cores and outstanding inner cores. Ning Fan did not know much about them and he was not interested in them either. After casually keeping the inner core into his storage pouch, Ning Fan continued to move forward. His rain sense tried to explore deeper into the abyss. Unfortunately, his rain sense could not spread too far. The interior of the light ancestor Earth Abyss had too great of a restriction on spirit sense and senses. It could not be helped. Ning Fan had no choice but to use the power of the treasure-searching compass to sense this place. According to the treasure-searching compass, there were a total of 12 levels in this abyss. Each level was a region with different landforms. The area that Ning Fan was currently in was just the first level. Bei Xiaoman was not on this level. Instead, she was in a lower level. Help! Help! After walking for an unknown period of time, a cry for help suddenly came from the front, causing Ning Fan's footsteps to slow down. To his surprise, on the ground in front of him, there were 4 steeds that were burning with golden flames pulling a golden chariot, running for their lives. Behind the chariot, there were 600 to 700 light ants that were the size of calves. Their eyes glinted with ferocious light as they chased after the chariot. Each of those light ants had a cultivation base above the void fragmentation realm. There were 5 life immortal light ants and 1 true light ant. On the chariot, there were more than 10 young men who came here to train. When they were suddenly chased by 600 to 700 light ants, these inexperienced young men were almost scared to death. They were either the descendants of the Tao children of the ancient sects or the direct descendants of the ancient monsters. Each of them had a great background. They came here to train, but they did not expect that the light ant hunting event that happened once every 10,000 years would actually happen in advance. Brother, are we going to die here? Father clearly said that the light ant hunting event would only happen once every 10,000 years, but this time, the light ant hunting event actually happened 6,000 years earlier than the scheduled time. If it was during normal times, most of the light ants would need to hibernate. Naturally, they would not take the initiative to attack us. We only need to find some small ant nests and dig out some light ants to kill. But this time, we actually encountered the light ant hunting event. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Inside the chariot, a young girl who was inexperienced cried out in fear of the light ants chasing after her. She pulled her brother's sleeve and held on tightly, shivering in fear. Her name was Lin Qingyue. She was the first young lady of the Lin family. The young man that she called brother was the eldest son of the Lin family, the eldest young master. At the same time, he was also the one with the highest cultivation among the 10 or so northern sky youths. He was half a step into the human profound realm. But even with this little cultivation, he could only feel powerless against the pursuit of the light ant army. Don't cry. You must calm down. The chariot that we are riding on is the Sun Chariot that we rented from the Light Clan. This chariot uses light as its driving force. As long as there is light in the surroundings, it can move without stopping. This chariot's speed is extremely fast and its defense is also strong. We can continue to use this chariot to escape and wait for the Light Clan to come to our rescue. Young Master Lin forced himself to calm down and comforted his sister. But in the next moment, he could no longer remain calm. Boom! A light bullet with the power of space rend hit the chariot. The chariot was attacked by the light ants again. While escaping, the chariot had already been attacked by the light ants countless times. But because the defense of the Sun Chariot was extremely strong, it could almost ignore all attacks below the late stage of crossing truth. The light bullets from before did not cause much damage to the Sun Chariot. But the attack this time was different. The Sun Chariot actually had a hole in it. This time, the light bullets actually reached the power of space rend. Not good. Those light ants have fused. That crossing truth light ant has fused with the other light ants and turned into a space rend light ant. Young Master Lin's expression finally changed drastically. The space rend light ant was enough to easily destroy this Sun Chariot. Once the chariot was destroyed, their lives would be in danger. Hiss hiss hiss. More light bullets were shot out by the space rend light ant. The Sun Chariot was completely destroyed. The group of Northern Sky youths fell to the ground with their faces covered in dirt. They could only watch as the space-rend light ant that was the size of a small mountain approached them while drooling. The thing that light ants love to eat the most during their hunting period was meat. They would be eaten. "No, don't eat me." Lin Qingyue was actually so scared that her pants were wet. She fell to the ground and could not even stand up. She had never experienced life and death before. Her clan had protected her too well. She had a void fragmentation cultivation, but she simply did not have the courage to match it. Just when she thought that she was going to die for sure, a scarlet pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky and turned the dignified space-rend light ant into dust in one move. How powerful! It was like a miracle. Lin Qingyue raised her head in a daze. What she saw was a young man in white robes with peerless elegance. He stood in the air like an unrivaled god. He killed the space-rend light ant with just a single move. This person is at least Senior Nian Xian. The group of Northern Sky youths who had just survived the calamity were pleasantly surprised. All of them knelt on the ground and thanked Ning Fan profusely. Lin Qingyue was the only one who had yet to recover from the shock. She was in a daze and forgot to thank him. "Sister. Quickly thank Senior. You're being too rude." Her elder brother reprimanded her in a low voice. Lin Qingyue panicked. Only then did she realize what had happened. Her mouth was agape and she was tongue-tied. She wanted to thank Ning Fan, but after hearing Ning Fan's words, she naturally did not dare to interrupt him. Thus, she swallowed all of her gratitude. "Do you have a map of the Earth Abyss?" Ning Fan landed on the ground and asked young Master Lin, who was the leader of the group. He did not care whether others thanked him or not. "Yes. The map is here. If Senior needs it, you can take it." Young Master Lin respectfully handed over a copy of the map. He had bought this map from the Light Clan at a high price. Ning Fan scanned it with his spirit sense and instantly made a copy of the map. He returned the original copy to young Master Lin and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, Ning Fan suddenly paused and looked at Lin Qingyue with a strange expression. He seemed to have sensed something. It was a very strange feeling. This young lady gave him an indescribable feeling. The last time he had this kind of feeling was when he met Si Yingyue and Su Manua by chance. "What's your name?" Ning Fan asked with a frown. "And my name is Lin Qingyue." Lin Qingyue's face immediately turned red and an unfamiliar man asked for her name. "Lin Qingyue. Why do you have this name?" Ning Fan's frown deepened. Replying to Senior's question, "This is the name that my mother gave me. My mother said that people have sorrows and joys, the moon has waxing and waning, 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 waxing and waning and waning, waxing and waning. Fan was not asking about the reason why she had this name. He was asking about something else. Si Yingyue, Su Manua, and then Lin Qingyue. Ning Fan seemed to be able to sense some kind of extremely close karma from Lin Qingyue. However, it also felt like it was just an illusion. "I will draw a circle on the ground. You guys stay inside the circle and don't come out. I can guarantee your safety. Someone will come and save you later." The purpose of this trip was to save Bei Xiaoman. Ning Fan did not really want to pay attention to this young lady called Lin Qingyue. It was even more impossible for him to stay here and protect these people. Just like how he treated Si Yingyue and Su Manue, Ning Fan quietly left a trace of spirit sense in Lin Qingyue's body. Then, he drew a circle of rain on the ground with the power of the yin-yang rain, encircling all the young elites of the northern sky. Then, he left. Seeing Ning Fan's departure, Lin Qingyue's beautiful eyes dimmed. She actually felt an indescribable sense of loss. She did not know why, but it felt like a reunion that she had been waiting for countless eras to pass by. On the other hand, some of the young elites of the northern sky who were led by young Master Lin heaved a sigh of relief after Ning Fan left. The pressure they felt when they were in front of Ning Fan was too great. "Do any of you know who this senior is?" He actually asked Brother Lin for a map. "It seems like he isn't a member of the Light Clan but a cultivator who came from the outside world. He should be someone sent by the four profound sects to deal with the light ants." Terrifying. This is too terrifying. I initially thought that this senior is a thought-shattering realm cultivator, but it turns out that he isn't. Look at the circle. This is definitely a circle drawn by someone who is close to the sovereign realm. As long as we stay inside the circle, even the thought-shattering light ants won't be able to break the circle easily and hurt us. He's actually close to the sovereign realm. Could it be that this senior is a great sovereign of the northern sky who has been living in seclusion? He's too strong. All the youths were extremely excited. Their admiration for this mysterious senior had already been gushing out endlessly while they were still in the circle. Ning Fan had entered the underground abyss in a hurry. He was confident in his rain technique. However, after entering this place, he realized that he still needed a map. With a map, he would be able to choose the fastest route to get to where Bei Xiaoman was. As for saving the other young elites of the northern sky who came here to train, did it have anything to do with him? If he met them, it would be fate and he could save them. If he didn't, it would be fate. Since they dared to come here to train, they needed to be responsible for their actions and be aware that they might die. I see. So this light ancestor Earth Abyss is the birthplace of the Light Clan. There are 12 levels in the Earth Abyss. Each level used to have an ancient immortal kingdom. In ancient times, the 12 immortal kingdoms formed an alliance and formed a clan together. That was how the Light Clan came to be. The first level that I'm at now is the ruins of the Light Tree Country. There are a total of 7 entrances that lead to the second level. The closest entrance to this place is located in the ruins of the capital of the Light Tree Country. Ordinary people wouldn't go through this entrance if they want to go to the second level. They would rather take a longer route because this entrance is extremely dangerous. Dangerous. It is indeed very dangerous. If the treasure-searching compass is not wrong, there is a half-saint realm chi sleeping in the direction of the capital of the Light Tree Country. There seems to be a half-saint realm light ant there. Ordinary people would not take this path because it might disturb the ant's slumber and cause it to attack. However, Ning Fan was different. He did not like to take a longer route. In this light ancestor Earth Abyss, there were killing restrictions everywhere. He could not fly too fast. If he wants to reach Bei Xiaoman as soon as possible, he would need to take a shortcut. After deciding on the direction, Ning Fan flew at full speed. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he arrived at an ancient ruin. This place used to be the capital of a country that was built in a forest. The scale of the capital was not small. It could accommodate millions of cultivators. Now, however, only ruins remained. The entrance to the second level was located at the central area of the capital. Hiss. Hiss, sensing Ning Fan's approach, light ants kept crawling out from the abandoned buildings. Millions of them flapped their short wings and flew into the sky. Then, they sprayed light bullets at Ning Fan. How troublesome. Little cat, don't you like fighting? Come out and fight with me. Ning Fan released Little Cat, and Aphrodite. He even summoned the Netherworld Ghost Flower. As a result, Ning Fan did not even need to take action personally. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the millions of light ants were all killed by his army. Hundreds of inner cores exploded. The formation rate of them was much lower than Dao fruits of the same grade. Ning Fan kept all the inner cores that exploded into his storage pouch. As for Ning Fan's group, their wanton slaughter of the light ants had enraged the 7 powerful light ants that were hibernating in this place. The ground of the light tree country suddenly cracked open. 7 incomparably huge light ants crawled out from the ground. There were 6 immortal Emperor Realm light ants and 1 half-holy realm light ant. The immortal Emperor Realm light ants were the same as ordinary light ants. All of them were golden and shiny. Only the half-holy light ant took human form with a sway of his body. He was a burly man clad in azure armor. Meat. Eat meat. Facing Ning Fan's delicious flesh and blood, the 6 immortal Emperor Realm light ants all drooled with extremely acidic saliva. Unlike the low-grade light ants, the immortal Emperor Realm light ants could actually speak simple words. Unfortunately, their spiritual intelligence was still too low. Ordinary immortal emperors would definitely be afraid when they saw the soul-sucking half-holy realm Treant summoned by Ning Fan. However, they were not afraid at all. However, the burly man in green armor was extremely fearful of Ning Fan's group. There was nothing wrong with his intelligence. Ning Fan's words woke him up. He was originally very angry. However, at this moment, he was shocked by the formation of Ning Fan's group. He was filled with fear. After letting out a strange roar, he stopped the gluttonous immortal Emperor Light Ants from attacking Ning Fan. You don't seem to be from the Light Tribe or the Four Meridians sect. Are you here to meddle in the Holy Ant sect's business? The green-armored man questioned. At the same time, he merged the surrounding 6 immortal Emperor Light Ants into his body. Even though he was a half-sage, he wasn't too far from a demi-sage. Therefore, after absorbing the 6 light ants, his cultivation level skyrocketed to the first level of a demi-sage. Upon seeing this, Ning Fan immediately frowned. If this man was just a half-saint, he wouldn't mind killing him with an illusion technique. However, if the man had the ability to display the strength of a half-saint, then it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Once the battle started, it would be a waste of time and he might not be able to win for sure. Ning Fan could see that the fusion of the light ants was not permanent. After a certain period of time, they would separate from each other. Even with this flaw, this kind of fusion could be said to be heaven-defying. It was no wonder that the existence of the light ants gave the light tribe a headache. The half-saint light ants could display the strength of a first-level demisage by merging with their own kind. Most of the first-level demisage ants could also display the strength of a second-level demisage through the fusion. It was definitely not an easy task to eliminate such half-saint and half-saint light ants. Ning Fan was anxious to find Bei Xiaoman and he did not want to cause any more trouble. Besides, there seems to be more than one half-saint light ant here. Ning Fan looked at a certain direction with a thoughtful expression. I don't know what the Holy Ant sect is and I don't want to meddle in your business either. I'm here to save someone and I need to use the entrance of this place to enter the 2nd floor. Can you do me a favor? Ning Fan said in an irrefutable manner. If the other party could not do him a favor, even if he could not kill this ant within a short period of time, he would still fight his way to the 2nd floor. A junior like you is actually the leader of this group of people. Ning Fan's tone was almost like an order. It was too arrogant, which made the green-armored man extremely displeased. If it wasn't because of the half-saint realm experts by Ning Fan's side, he would certainly make Ning Fan pay with his ferocious nature. However, it was a critical moment to choose the queen ant. It was not wise for him to cause unnecessary trouble. Fine. I can lend you the entrance to the 2nd floor. However, if you dare to disrupt the great plan of my Holy Ant sect, I, the 12 Ant Generals, will never let you leave this abyss alive. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-armored man went back into the ground. However, his spirit sense was still locked on Ning Fan. Obviously, he would immediately retaliate if Ning Fan makes any strange moves. Ning Fan did not say much and kept the Netherworld Ghost Flower back. The undying ghost soldiers summoned by the Netherworld Ghost Flower could not be brought along. However, he did not keep Aphrodite, Little Cat, an inextinguishable lightning nascent soul. Instead, he kept them by his side as his subordinates. The moment they entered the second floor, Ning Fan asked Aphrodite and Little Cat, using telepathy. Holy Ant Sect. I've never heard of it. Have you heard of it? No. Aphrodite shook her head. It sounds a little familiar, but I can't remember. Even though she said she could not remember, Little Cat, who had turned into her human form, was drooling non-stop. She always felt that the name Holy Ant Sect was very delicious. It's fine if you don't know. Let's be more careful. Don't get involved in the dispute of the Holy Ant Sect. The Holy Ant Sect is certainly not an ordinary sect, since it could prevent the Light Clan from being completely eradicated for countless years. I'm afraid the Holy Ant Sect has a lot to do with the chaos in the Earth Abyss this time. Ning Fan said solemnly. A long time after Ning Fan left, the green-armored man went back into the ground. He took the initiative to cancel the fusion and released the 6 immortal Emperor Light Ants that had fused with his body. At the moment he cancelled the fusion, a bright light flashed in a place where there was no one around. A beautiful lady wearing fiery red battle armor appeared. Humph! Your Highness Hua Hua, why did you stop me from killing him? There is only a quasi-saint realm expert beside him. If you and I work together, we can kill him and devour his flesh and blood. Isn't that a wonderful thing? Then, you will certainly have a greater chance of competing for the Ant Queen. The green-armored man said with displeasure. In other words, the reason why he did not attack Ning Fan was not only because he was afraid of Ning Fan but also because of the order from the lady in red armor. Hee. I have just broken through to the quasi-saint realm with the help of my mother's inner core fragment. My cultivation base has yet to stabilize. You too have only reached this level by borrowing power. You won't be able to last for long. It won't be easy for the two of us to kill this brat. The lady in red armor, whose name was Hua Hua, said meaningfully. As a quasi-saint realm expert, her whereabouts were actually seen through by Ning Fan with just a glance. There's no doubt about it. Ning Fan must have discovered me with that glance just now. This brat definitely has some hidden tricks up his sleeves. I'm afraid that he is even more difficult to deal with than that quasi-saint tree man. Your Highness, you think too highly of that brat. If your Highness is willing to stop that quasi-saint tree man, I can kill all the others including that brat by myself. The green-armored man said arrogantly. Kobixiong, you are too conceited. You will certainly suffer because of this in the future. The lady in red armor said with dissatisfaction. Your Highness, you are right. I will certainly correct this flaw. Even though he said that he would correct his mistake, the green-armored man did not have the slightest intention to do so. Instead, his eyes darted around the lady's body boldly with a greedy expression. The lady's face turned cold. Mind your identity. Yes. The green-armored man frowned and straightened his eyes. However, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Bitch, you won't be able to stay arrogant for long. When the Ant Queen selection begins, you won't have any other choice even if you don't want to follow me. I will get you sooner or later. Your inner core, your body, everything about you. Genius website. Apex mobile version, M. Chapter 1189. After flying through a long underground passage, Ning Fan and the others successfully entered the second level of the Light Ancestor Earth Abyss. Compared to the first level, the second level was much hotter. There were more light ants gathered there and the landscape was also vastly different. There were not many mulberry trees in the second level. There were almost no plants on the ground. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with dried and cracked Dao fields that stretched on endlessly. The ancestors of the Light Clan had once cultivated the Dao fields here and built an immortal country. Unfortunately, these Dao fields had been barren for countless years. The fertility of the Dao fields had already faded away, making them no different from ordinary land. The geomagnetic force of the second level was extremely strong. It interfered with one's spirit sense greatly. Even the treasure-searching compass could not be used accurately due to the interference. For light spots. No, it's 5 light spots. It actually turned into 3 light spots again. This is really troublesome. I didn't expect the treasure-searching compass to be interfered to this extent. After entering the second level, the geomagnetic force has obviously become abnormally strong. Ning Fan's expression became slightly solemn. Initially, he planned to use the treasure-searching compass to check how many light ant experts above the Immortal Emperor realm were on this level. Who would have thought that the compass actually could not provide accurate data? One should know that Ning Fan could use the treasure-searching compass freely even in the border river. However, he could not use it accurately in the second level of the Earth Abyss. There was only one explanation for this. The geomagnetic force in the second level had already exceeded the border river. There's movement in that direction. Ning Fan suddenly sensed something and looked towards a certain direction in the second level. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, however. Far away on the ground, 2 enormous chi clashed fiercely. It was a battle between 2 immortal emperors. The waves caused by their battle swept all the way to where Ning Fan and the others were, stirring up smoke and dust that filled the sky. Brother Ning, there seems to be 2 immortal emperors fighting in that direction. Should we avoid them or go and have a look? Afro asked indifferently. Obviously, she was not interested in the battle in the distance. Strange. It's actually 2 immortal emperors of the Light Ant clan fighting and one of them is about to kill the other one. This has nothing to do with us. There's no need for us to go there and meddle. The person I'm looking for isn't on this floor. Let's take a shortcut and go to the 3rd floor. Ning Fan looked at the rough result of the treasure-searching compass and felt a little surprised. He originally thought that one of the North Heaven Immortal Thearchs was fighting with the Light Ant Immortal Thearchs. Unexpectedly, it was the Light Ant race's Immortal Thearchs who were killing each other. It seemed like the Light Ant race wasn't that united. Master, do you feel that the smell coming from the 2 immortal emperors who are fighting is very fragrant? It seems to be very delicious. Gugugu. Black Devil was actually tempted by the aura of these 2 Light Ant immortal emperors and felt a little hungry. His stomach let out rumbling sounds. I'm sorry, Master. Black Demon is too rude. Black Demon didn't make that weird sound on purpose. Black Demon deserves 10,000 deaths. Master, please punish me. Black Devil, who had always been expressionless, blushed at this moment. He was extremely nervous, afraid that Ning Fan would be angered by his rude behavior. Silly girl. You're just hungry. It seems like these light ants are also a rare delicacy to your 9 raccoon clan. Ning Fan could not help but laugh. He rubbed Black Devil's small head to comfort her. That's right. The light ant race was not a demon race. It was the Dao Hun race. It was hard for ordinary cultivators to notice this. However, Ning Fan had seen too many members of the Dao Hun race. How could this be hidden from him? Black Devil was a 9 raccoon. He belonged to the 9 raccoon clan which was ranked 4th among the myriad of Dao Hun races. The 9 raccoon clan liked to prey on other members of the Dao Hun race. It was the nature of predators. It was not strange for Black Devil to want to eat all the experts of the Light Ant race. What surprised Ning Fan was that Black Devil's stomach was actually growling because of the smell of the Light Ant race. It was his first time encountering such a situation, One should know that even when he encountered the Dao Carp clan and the ancestral Lightning Sparrow clan in the past, Little Cat did not lose her composure like this. If it wasn't because the timing was not right, Ning Fan would not mind catching the two light and immortal emperors who were fighting each other and feeding them to Little Cat. It could also be considered as getting rid of evil for the light ant race. Maybe next time. Master will catch some light ants for you to eat next time. I can't do it now. We need to hurry on with our journey. Ning Fan stroked Black Devil's little head lovingly. No. It really isn't. Black Devil doesn't want to eat all the ants at all. It's my stomach that is growling on its own. Master, please believe me. Black Devil became even more embarrassed, but he was still stubborn. His proud expression really made Ning Fan happy. This little cat is becoming more and more like an ordinary little girl. How adorable. That's more like it. Usually, it would shout about killing and humiliating its master. It's just too rigid. Ning Fan and the others chose a direction and hurried towards the third floor. Far away, the two light and immortal emperors were still fighting. One of them was an 8 Tribulation Immortal Emperor while the other one was just a 6 Tribulation Immortal Emperor. The 8 Tribulation Immortal Emperor maintained his gigantic insect form while shooting light bullets from his mouth to attack the 6 Tribulation Immortal Emperor. The 6 Tribulation Immortal Emperor transformed into his human form. He was a young man wearing green armor. He was already on the verge of death after being beaten by the 8 Tribulation Immortal Emperor, but he was still fighting with all his might. Trash. Someone like you is actually the 4th strongest expert under Her Highness Hua Hua's command. It seems like Her Highness Hua Hua is still the same as before. She doesn't have anyone she can use. Ha ha ha. I would like to see how Your Highness Hua Hua is going to compete with our Lord Lotus Pod for the position of the Queen Ant. Is she going to rely on Kobixiong, who is just a half-step saint? You should know that our Lord Lotus Pod has 3 half-step saints and 9 immortal emperors. The 8 Tribulation Immortal Emperor opened his gigantic mouth and shot out thousands of white lotuses towards the 6 Tribulation Immortal Emperor. As soon as the 6 Tribulation Immortal Emperor saw the thousands of lotuses in the sky, his expression changed drastically. He no longer continued to fight and turned around to escape. However, it was already too late. It was unknown what kind of ability those thousands of white lotuses were. In just a blink of an eye, they had already reached his body. As the thousands of lotuses swept past him, the 6 Tribulation Immortal Emperor let out a blood-curdling scream. He was actually turned into ashes by the thousands of lotuses. Humph. You're indeed trash. You don't even drop your inner core after dying. If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have used the 3 saint flowers that Lord Lotus Pod bestowed upon me. It's something that can only be used once. The 8 Tribulation Immortal Emperor felt his heart ache. With a loud rumble, he burrowed into the ground and went somewhere unknown. Unlike the situation on the first level, the closest entrance to the second level to the third level was not guarded by any light ant powerhouse. As such, Ning Fan entered the 3rd floor effortlessly. Then, he went to the 4th floor and the 5th floor. Along the way, he did not encounter any half-step saint ant generals other than being besieged by some low-grade light ants. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the geomagnetic force became. The treasure-searching compass could no longer be used. As for his spirit sense, he could not even send it out from the top of his head. As he went deeper, not only did the geomagnetic force increase, but the temperature also increased by several tens of times. Unlike the first 5 floors, the 6th floor of the Earth Abyss realm was a boundless desert of light. Strangely, after entering the 6th floor, he could not even see a single light ant on the ground. There was only wind and sand in his sight. Ning Fan could vaguely confirm that Bei Xiaoman was on this floor. However, he could not determine which corner of the vast desert she was at. He could not sense too far away. Even someone as strong as Ning Fan could only use his eyes to sense his surroundings after arriving at the 6th floor. However, mirages could be seen everywhere in this desert. Just by relying on his eyes, Ning Fan completely lost his way in this desert after walking for a short while. Brother Ning, this desert is really not a place for humans to stay. It's fine if your senses are restricted, but the fire elemental force here is too violent. Who are you looking for? What is her cultivation base? Even if she is a quasi-saint flame cultivator or a light cultivator, she wouldn't purposely choose a place like this to train and cultivate, right? As a member of the Water Clan, the environment around her was as hot as purgatory. It made her feel extremely uncomfortable when she was flying. I'm not looking for a quasi-saint. She's just a little girl at the first step of Tao cultivation. She might not necessarily be at the first step of Tao cultivation. That's just her cultivation base in the past. With the help of the Lost World Tower of the Lost World Palace, even if she attains the second step of Tao cultivation and becomes a life immortal realm expert, I won't be surprised. I wonder if she's still as spoiled as she was in the past or if she has become more obedient. Ning Fan said with a smile. Life immortal realm. Even if she's a life immortal realm expert, she wouldn't come to such a place to train. However, I should say that you're indeed worthy of being called Brother Ning. You've purposely come to such a dangerous place just to find a woman. Afro covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She had also stayed in the profound Yin world for quite some time. She already had a very direct understanding of the number of women Ning Fan had. Moreover, she had personally experienced all kinds of disrespect from Ning Fan. Deep in her bones, she was certain that Ning Fan was a playboy by nature. Thus, she naturally would not find this kind of thing strange. I also find it very strange. With Xiaomun's cultivation base, why would she need to come to such a dangerous place to train? However, she must have her reasons. Something is approaching us. Ning Fan's expression suddenly changed. He stopped flying and shielded Hey Mo, Afro, and the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant behind him. The magnetic force of the 6th floor had restricted all of Ning Fan's senses. However, his intuition, which had been tempered through many life and death situations, still allowed him to vaguely sense that there was some kind of killing intent in the dark that had locked onto them. Some kind of enemy on the 6th floor had sensed their arrival and was rapidly approaching them. Afro, who was covering her mouth and chuckling softly, immediately changed her expression. She began to guard against the possible attacks from the surrounding enemies. She had absolute trust in Ning Fan's senses. Since Ning Fan said that something was approaching them, he would certainly not be joking, thus, all of them fell into silence. They waited for the enemy's attack as if they were facing a formidable enemy. However, after waiting for a long time, the enemy did not come to them. After a long time, the sense of danger deep inside Ning Fan's heart finally disappeared. He said in a deep voice, "That person has left. However, it's hard to guarantee that he won't come back again. You guys follow me closely. Don't fall behind." Ning Fan no longer chatted with Afro. At this moment, his senses were severely restricted. He needed to stay focused and be on his guard against possible dangers. The group of them flew in the desert for 1 hour without uttering a single word. All of a sudden, Ning Fan waved his hand again, signaling them to stop. "Be careful. That person is trying to get close to us again." This time, the mysterious enemy waited for 2 whole hours. When he saw that there was really no chance for him to take advantage of them, he left again. He left again. However, this person might not necessarily give up. He is waiting for an opportunity. Once we lower our guard, he will certainly launch an attack from the dark. After flying for another hour, the mysterious enemy approached them for the 3rd time. Just like before, he left again when he saw that Ning Fan and the others were extremely vigilant. At the other end of the distant desert, there was an oasis in a place where the naked eye could not reach. This oasis was originally empty, but suddenly, there was a flash of light above the oasis, and a gray-haired man as tall as an iron tower appeared. This was a half-step Saint Old eccentric. He was an expert of the Light Ant clan who had taken human form. His black armor shone with a black luster. In the Light Ant clan, he was known as General Iron. At this moment, General Tai's face was filled with malice. He had tried to sneak attack Ning Fan's group 3 times, but Ning Fan had seen through all of them. Damn it! Those outsiders aren't light ants, so they shouldn't be able to adapt to the geomagnetic interference here. How did that kid discover me? Discovering me 3 times in a row is definitely not a coincidence. Even the half-Saint Merman and the Tao Annihilation Thunder nascent soul that he brought with him couldn't detect me, but this kid is able to do it. His cultivation base is only at the Immortal Venerable realm, but he's able to detect my approach time and time again. He's definitely not an Immortal Venerable Junior. Could it be that this kid is actually a quasi-sage who disguised his cultivation? Humph, that must be it. Try one last time. If I still can't launch a sneak attack, then I'll use force. It doesn't matter even if he is a sage to be. It would be even better if he was a quasi-saint. What I want to kill is a sage to be. Offering his flesh and blood to Lord Een Mother will definitely be a great contribution. General Tai let out a cold harumph. With a flash, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. He had concealed his chi to the extreme. He had concealed his killing intent to the extreme. He remained patient and slowly approached Ning Fan and the others. His sneak attack this time could be said to be flawless and perfect. Even some weaker sage-to-be would not be able to detect his sneak attack on the 6th floor. However, he was still detected by Ning Fan, who had monstrous senses. Be careful. That person is coming again. Once again, Ning Fan shielded everyone behind him. His eyes flashed with cold light. It was impossible for him to not be angry after being targeted by the enemy again and again. Seeing that his 4th sneak attack was still seen through, General Tai finally could not endure it any longer. He turned into a ray of light and broke out from the ground. Then, he showed himself and charged towards Ning Fan's group. His rampage made him look like a barbaric bear. He's just a half-saint realm cultivator. He actually dares to attack us head-on. What a fool. Don't worry, Master. Watch me take him down. Without waiting for Ning Fan's order, the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul who was eager to make a contribution had already attacked General Tai. As soon as it made its move, it was filled with terrifying lightning power that was enough to make ordinary sage-to-be's expression change. Unfortunately, in General Tai's eyes, those lightning bolts did not seem to be very scary. General Tai did not dodge nor did he put up any defense. Instead, he directly used his physical body to collide with the lightning bolts that filled the sky. If this kind of action was done by an ordinary declining sage-to-be, it would definitely be a suicidal action. However, this person directly dispersed the lightning power of the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul with just his physical body. What? This person is just a half-saint realm cultivator, but his physical body is actually so strong. The Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul somewhat regretted coming out to snatch the credit. She realized that she had accidentally kicked an iron plate. The strength of this half-saint realm Light Ant clan in front of her was obviously higher than hers. She needed help. Is this all you have? The Tao Annihilation Thunder infant that is ranked 95th among the myriad Tao Hun races is just so. It can't be compared to our Light Ant race that is ranked 11th. The Iron General laughed heartily. He didn't use any fancy techniques and directly closed in with his iron fists, punching the Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul's body. In just over 10 moves, the Tao Annihilation Thunder Soul had suffered many injuries, and it had fallen into a disadvantageous position, causing it to complain endlessly in its heart. Brother Ning, I'll go and help. Afro realized how powerful General Tai was and was about to join the battle. However, Black Demon was one step ahead of her. She was angry, very angry. The Tao Annihilation Thunder Infant was a pet she had caught for her master. It belonged to her master. This General Tai actually dared to damage his master's things. This was unforgivable. Humph. Where did this Tao Soul Demon cat come from? You dare to charge at me with just a 5th order Emperor grade soul power? You're courting death. General Tai snorted in disdain. On the surface, Black Demon only had the strength of a 5 Tribulation Celestial King. This bit of strength was naturally not enough to attract his attention. He didn't even bother to use his divine art. After sending the Tao Annihilation Lightning Nascent Soul flying with a punch, he threw another punch at Black Devil's head. He planned to kill Black Devil with a single punch. If it was an ordinary 5 Tribulation Celestial King, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die from his punch. However, was Black Devil an ordinary 5 Tribulation Celestial King? If she goes berserk, she could even slaughter a Tao Carp with a Quasi-Saint Realm cultivation base. How could her methods be measured by her cultivation base? One of the 9 raccoons, Divine Speed. Black Devil used the first of the 9 great divine abilities of the 9 raccoons. It was her first time using this divine ability in front of Ning Fan. It was the one that consumed the least amount of energy among the 9 divine abilities of the 9 raccoons. The moment she activated the Divine Speed, Black Devil's speed seemed to have opened a gate. In an instant, her speed skyrocketed by 100 times or even 1,000 times. Her speed was already unbelievably fast. What would happen if it skyrocketed by 100 or 1,000 times? It was a speed that Ning Fan could not reach even with his current maximum speed. Of course, General Tai's iron fist only hit the air. This punch shattered heaven and earth and countless layers of the hollow space. However, it did not hurt Black Devil at all. How is this possible? What kind of cat demon is she? She only has the strength of a 5 Tribulation Immortal King, but she can actually unleash such speed. Wait, I seem to have heard of this divine ability before. She is not a cat demon. She is. 7 of the 9 raccoons, Cat Blade. After activating the divine speed, Black Devil's body had completely exceeded the range of General Tai's senses. Of course, it was impossible for her to maintain this kind of speed with her current cultivation base. Thus, she had to end the battle as soon as possible. She used the 7th type of the 9 raccoons' divine ability. Her entire body turned into a shining black curved blade. This curved blade was specially used to cut the Dao Hun race. Cutting the Dao Hun race was as easy as cutting tofu. In the past, when Black Devil used the cat blade with her full strength, she had easily killed the Dao Carp with a Quasi-Saint Realm cultivation base. Of course, with her current cultivation base, she would have to pay a huge price to use the cat blade with her full strength. Since she did not pay too much of a price to use the cat blade this time, it did not reach its strongest power. Even so, General Tai's head was sent flying with a flash of the blade light. Blood splattered across the sky. Big Sister is mighty. The Tao Annihilation Thunder Infant was so touched that she was about to cry. She was indeed the big sister that she knew. She was indeed powerful. General Tai, whom she could not defeat no matter what, was actually killed by her with a single slash. She was too strong. Is this the little cat that you usually carry around with you? It's actually so powerful. Afro was shocked by Black Devil's strength. This kind of strength completely disregarded the difference in their cultivation base. It was a kind of absolute suppression that a superior expert had towards an inferior expert. No. That person is not injured at all. Black Devil, come back. Ning Fan shouted. As expected. Even though the scene of General Tai being beheaded in a single slash was horrifying, the strange thing was that as General Tai displayed his divine ability, the blood that spurted out actually flew back to his neck. The severed head also fell back to his neck and the wound healed in an instant. This Light Ant Clan half-step saint was too strong. The strength that he displayed had completely crushed most of the half-step saints in the Dharma ending era. He actually remained unscathed after receiving a blow from the cat blade. He was a strong expert. Moreover, he was a person with an arrogant personality. If others failed to kill him with a single slash, they would certainly mock them after his head returned to his body. However, in the face of Black Devil, he could not display any of his usual arrogance even though Black Devil's slash did not hurt him at all. "See Royal Raccoon. You are the Royal Raccoon. Damn it. I can't stay here any longer. There's actually such a monster here." General Tai's body flashed and turned into a ray of light. He directly turned around and fled. He was not intimidated by Black Devil's strength. Instead, he was intimidated by Black Devil's identity. If his opponent was the Royal Raccoon, he could not simply use his cultivation base to measure the degree of danger he posed. As a member of the low-rank Dao Hun clan, it was simply too disadvantageous for him to face the Royal Raccoon alone. The Light Ant clan was ranked 11th in the Dao Hun clan. It seemed like there was not much difference between the 11th and the 4th. However, only the clans that truly stood at the peak of the myriad of clans in the Dao Hun clan would know what kind of insurmountable gap there was between the 11th and the 4th. Moreover, he was not even a royal light ant. His opponent was indeed the Royal Raccoon. The Royal Raccoon could destroy the fate of a human just because of a disagreement. This was the scariest part. "You want to leave? I won't let you leave so easily." Qi Ningfan's body flashed and blocked General Tai's path. In a panic, General Tai no longer held back. He used his iron fists to display the body technique of the sacred ant sect that was not passed down to others. The power of his punch seemed to be able to split the heavens and possessed unparalleled might. This attack was extremely terrifying. However, Ningfan's physical body of a divine being was not to be trifled with. He could not use too much of his cultivation base. However, the might of his physical body was still there. He casually moved his fist and threw the ancient Devil Mountain breaking attack at General Tai. Bang.at the moment when both of their fists collided, both Ningfan and General Tai were sent flying a great distance away. However, neither of them was injured. Ningfan's current ancient Devil Mountain breaking attack was certainly not his strongest attack. Even so, it still shocked General Tai. He was a body cultivator expert that was rarely seen in the sacred ant sect. However, he could not understand the profoundness of Ningfan's body technique. The destructive power of his attack seemed to be a body technique concept that he had never seen before. Damn it. This young man is really not simple. During the moment we exchanged blows just now, I could clearly feel the vast magic power sealed in his body. It definitely exceeds 10,000 tribulations. He's really a fake quasi-saint realm expert. There's a quasi-saint realm expert in front of me and a royal raccoon behind me. Am I going to die here today? I won't accept this. General Tai roared. He seemed to be angry but also seemed to be summoning something. At the next moment, the nearby desert began to tremble violently. Countless low-grade light ants began to crawl out from the ground. They turned into rays of light and flew into General Tai's body, wanting to fuse with him. If the fusion succeeds, General Tai's strength would certainly skyrocket. He might even break through the bottleneck of the half-saint realm within a short period of time and attain the cultivation base of a quasi-saint realm expert. This person was already very difficult to deal with now. If his cultivation base improves further, he would certainly become a formidable enemy. Therefore, Ningfan had learned from his mistakes. He did not plan to give General Tai the chance to fuse with the light ants. He had already activated an illusion technique, pulling General Tai and the light ants that crawled out from the sand into his spiritual world. Illusion technique, immemorial rainy night. Due to the limitation of Ningfan's cultivation base, the illusion technique that he was using now was also not at its strongest. It could not restrain General Tai at all. General Tai broke free from the illusion technique in just a few moments. However, Ning Fan did not use this technique to attack General Tai in the first place. Instead, he used it to attack the low-grade light ants that were trying to fuse with him. Even if the power of this technique was limited, it was still very effective when used to kill a group of low-grade light ants. With just a single illusion technique that enveloped heaven and earth, millions of low-grade light ants within its range were killed by Ning Fan. A battle of this level was never something that a low-grade cultivator could intervene in. Those fallen light ants were the irrefutable proof. Damn it! I can't fuse with them, huh? If that's the case, I will. General Tai's expression turned extremely ugly. Just as he was about to use some trump card, he suddenly froze. His expression turned even uglier. He actually revealed an expression of extreme fright. Even when he faced the 9 raccoon of the royal family, he was not this frightened. However, he did have such an expression at this moment. At this moment, the sound of bells suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Most of the experts of the Light Ant clan were very familiar with the sound of bells. It was like a nightmare. How is this possible? A foreign quasi-saint realm expert and the 9 raccoon of the royal family are already enough to make me exhausted. Now, an old lunatic actually came. Damn it! Wasn't he suppressed by Lord Een Mother in the 12th floor? Why did he come out again? I can't stay here any longer. I must leave. General Tai no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and spat out a human puppet. As soon as the human puppet appeared, it instantly grew in the wind and turned into a giant puppet that was as tall as a mountain. It was different from the puppets that Ning Fan had seen in the past. This puppet was very unique. It seemed like it could not move on its own and it could not be controlled through normal means such as puppet strings. It was a puppet that was made from the corpse of an ancient cultivator. Even though it was already very worn out, the chi it gave off still made Ning Fan's heart tremble. It was a quasi-saint realm puppet. A formation room was opened at the location of the giant puppet's dantian. It seemed to be a place for cultivators to enter and control the puppet from the inside through the formation room. Even though it was a quasi-saint realm puppet, it was not the kind that was very durable. It seemed to be the kind of special puppet that could only be used a limited number of times. General Tai turned into a ray of light and flew into the formation room of the puppet's dantian. At the next moment, the puppet that was originally lifeless suddenly became alive. Its eyes lit up and became ferocious. Humph. Since this is too difficult, I won't stay here anymore. I'm leaving first. If you try to stop me again, I'll use this puppet to fight it out with you. The puppet harumphed coldly and turned to leave. This time, Ning Fan did not stop it. The sense of danger that General Tai who used a quasi-saint realm puppet gave Ning Fan was not much weaker than that of a titled quasi-saint like the pure yang ancestral master. In that case, Ning Fan did not have absolute confidence to kill this person. Moreover, he was in a hurry to save Bei Xiaoman. If he really gets entangled with General Tai here, even if he could win, he would need to spend a few days or even longer. How could he have so much time to waste? Moreover, Ning Fan was very concerned about the faint ringing of the bell that suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. At the moment when the bell rang, it was as if some supreme existence was approaching this place. The degree of danger it posed was far higher than that General Tai. If that was the case, how could Ning Fan have the leisure to fight with General Tai at this critical moment? What if the owner of the bell was also an enemy? It was not good for the sandpiper and clam to be the fisherman who benefits from the fight. He needed to reserve some strength to guard against them. Strange. This is really strange. This holy sect puppet seems to be slightly different from the ones I have seen in the past. I need to study it. Brother Donkey, use the puppet hoof that I have modified for you to stop this person. Suddenly, the voice of a slightly old-fashioned old man resounded from the clouds. At the moment when the old man's voice resounded, a huge donkey hoof descended from the sky and sent General Tai's puppet flying. That was a dignified quasi-saint realm puppet. However, the donkey hoof that came out of nowhere actually penetrated the puppet's body and shattered the puppet's crystal core where its heart was located. General Tai spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the puppet's formation room. He landed heavily on the desert, creating a huge sandpit with a radius of a few hundred li. Once the crystal core of the holy sect puppet was shattered, it could no longer be used unless it is completely repaired. This is troublesome. He struggled to get up from the ground and continue his escape, but it was already too late. The shadow of a donkey flashed. An old man riding on a donkey appeared in front of General Tai in an instant, blocking his way. Seeing that he still could not escape from the old man's evil hands, General Tai's expression changed drastically. However, he still pretended to be calm and clenched his teeth as he cupped his fists at the old man. "Senior Omniscient, please have mercy on me. I have been studied by you several times. This time, please do me a favor and let me go, precious hands." Why are hands divided into noble and lowly hands? Strange, strange. Have you really been studied by me several times? But why don't I have any impression of you? Could it be that I have deleted all the memories about you like rubbish? Speaking of which, why are you so afraid of me? I am just a nascent soul realm cultivator. Why are you afraid? Why are you calling me senior? I should be the one calling you senior. Sigh, I originally wanted to study your sage sex puppet, but it's a pity that its crystal core was destroyed by Brother Donkey's kick. It won't be easy to repair it, so it has temporarily lost its research value. Forget it, it's the same to study you. The old man casually took General Tai's quasi-saint puppet as his spoils of war. This scene made General Tai burn with anger, but he did not dare to say anything. He did not even dare to take back the puppet from the old man's hands. After the old man kept the puppet, he took out a glass bottle from his storage pouch. The bottle was filled with some yellow and green viscous liquid. He did not know what it was. When he saw the old man taking out the unknown liquid, General Tai's face turned green with fear. He did not dare to be angry anymore. "How should I address you, senior?" the old man asked. Tai Shan, calling you senior is too distant, so I'll just call you Brother Tai. Brother Tai, look, this is the primordial spirit strengthening medicine that I've been researching recently. I'm just a nascent soul realm cultivator and have never cultivated my primordial spirit before. I don't know how effective this thing is on the primordial spirit. Brother Tai, you don't mind drinking a mouthful of the medicine and helping me to test the data, right? Senior, please don't joke. Who doesn't know that you, the omniscient old man, are the #1 nascent soul realm cultivator in history? It's true that you are trapped in the nascent soul realm for the rest of your life, but even those great ancient cultivators could do nothing to you. They could not kill you. With your ability, you can easily find a lot of experimental materials. Why do you have to pick me? I don't want to drink it. The last time I drank your potion, I lost 12 million years of cultivation. This time, I won't drink it even if you kill me. General Tai refused with a sad face. Sigh, this medicine is really good. It's not poison. Why don't you believe me? Do you really want me to feed you the medicine? Brother Donkey, please transform into the puppet form of Ding Cho and hug this senior from behind in your human form. Open his mouth, I want to feed him the medicine. The old man jumped down from the donkey's back. There was a big bell hanging on the donkey's neck. It looked very funny. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the donkey was not a living donkey. It was a puppet donkey made entirely from puppet materials. It was the old man's masterpiece. At the old man's command, the puppet parts on the donkey's body began to shift and transform. In an instant, the donkey turned into a puppet soldier with a donkey's head and a human's body. The aura around it was extremely close to that of a first-stage demisage. Following the old man's orders, the donkey puppet hugged General Iron from behind and pried open his mouth. Unable to break free, General Tai cried. In the end, he was still fed the medicine by the old man. He looked like someone's daughter-in-law who had been humiliated. 10 breaths later. General Tai, who was a half-sage and had an extremely domineering physical body, was foaming at the mouth. He had fainted from the old man's medicine. His cultivation base had also fallen greatly. He had lost about 7 to 8 million years of cultivation base. It seemed that the old man's medicine that caused his cultivation base to fall was not a lie. This medicine could really cause one's cultivation base to fall. Could it be that the ingredients of the medicine are wrong again? Sigh, it seems that there's no need to store the research data this time. I'll just delete it. The old man muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back and a cracking sound could be heard in his head. A moment later, his gaze returned to normal. With just a change in his gaze, he had miraculously deleted a part of his memory. He could not remember that he had just done an experiment on the poor General Tai. Huh? How did a half-saint realm cultivator lose a lot of his cultivation here? Why are there signs of a fight? Huh? Why is there a holy sect puppet with a destroyed crystal core in my storage pouch? Strange, strange. Could it be that I've done something infuriating again? Sigh, I'm getting old and I can't remember things. I guess I've deleted some rubbish memory again. Forget it. Since it's a memory that I've deleted on my own accord, it can't be anything important. There's no need to care about this fainted half-sage. There seems to be some good research materials here. The old man's eyes flashed with surprise. He noticed Ning Fan's group. Hiss. King Blood 9 Raccoon, True Blood Tao Destruction Thunder Infant and Ancestral Blood Merfolk. If I can capture these people and conduct experiments on them, the progress of my research on the bloodline evolution medicine will certainly increase by a lot. Wait a minute. What's this kid over here? Ancient God? Ancient Demon? Ancient Devil? Tai Tsung Jialing? Barbarian God? Hiss. He actually has a divine spark. He's actually a divine spirit. Unbelievable. I can't believe I can actually meet a divine spirit with a divine spark in my lifetime. The old man's eyes glowed with green light. His expression was like a lecherous man who saw a naked beauty. At this moment, there was only Ning Fan in his eyes. He no longer cared about the King Blood 9 Raccoon or the True Blood Tao Destruction Thunder Infant. Even heaven and earth no longer existed. Even time and space seemed to have frozen. What an infatuated look. He had to have this brat. With this brat, he would be able to conduct countless fantastic experiments. Senior, this junior wants to conduct an experiment with you. Please come with this junior. As long as you come with me, I'm willing to worship you like an ancestor. The old man's face was filled with excitement and said in an undeniable manner. What if I refuse? Ning Fan asked in a deep voice. Ning Fan was absolutely fearful of this old man who behaved in a disorderly manner. The sense of danger that this person gave him was just too strong. It was not inferior to the likes of Blood God Gum Wu and Nyoman Shan whom he had met before. What kind of concept is this? What is this old man's cultivation base? What is his identity? Could he be a great cultivator from the ancient times? If that's the case, it's really terrible for me to encounter this person right now. Refuse? Sigh. How can you refuse my good intentions? Do you want me to let you go just like those mediocre people? Sigh. Even if I agree to let you go, my brother Donkey won't agree. Brother Donkey, this experimental material doesn't want to go back with us. I feel so sad. I really want to cry. Tell me, what should we do? As soon as the old man's voice fell, the puppet with the head of a donkey and the body of a human had already charged at Ning Fan expressionlessly. Submit or die. The donkey puppet's killing intent soared into the sky. Its chi was infinitely close to that of a quasi-saint realm expert. Ning Fan sighed softly. He really wanted to seal his cultivation base and slowly purify his magic power. However, it seemed like he had no choice but to unseal his magic power this time because the enemy was too strong. Fine. I'll just seal my cultivation base again after this is over. Multilayered soul seal, unseal. Chapter 1190. When strength returned to his body, that wonderful feeling was hard to describe with words. It was like the glaciers of the immemorial era melting into the sea and the dry land regained its moisture after countless eras. The donkey puppet's killing intent was initially earth-shattering. However, as Ning Fan's aura continued to rise, its aura was gradually suppressed by Ning Fan's aura. 2,000 tribulations. 3,000 tribulations. 5,000 tribulations. 8,000 tribulations. 10,000 tribulations. Ning Fan's magic power continued to rise. In just a few seconds, it had reached the height of 14,200 tribulations. The donkey puppet was the closest to Ning Fan. It was also the one who received the strongest impact from Ning Fan's aura. Being caught off guard, it was forced to retreat more than 10 steps before it could barely stabilize itself. Even though the puppet's stiff face could not show any expression, its body was trembling slightly. It instinctively felt a great sense of danger from Ning Fan. Even the old man who spoke incoherently was shocked by Ning Fan's sudden eruption of qi. He was astonished. 14,200 tribulations. He can actually cultivate so much magic power at the immortal king realm. This isn't something that any deity can achieve. It seems like this kid is stronger than I imagined. However, my brother Donkey isn't that easy to deal with either. Brother Donkey, use the heaven-collapsing earth-splitting 13 consecutive fatal star fist. Understood. The donkey puppet answered respectfully. Ning Fan was a little speechless. What made him speechless was naturally the name of the enemy's technique. He did not expect that there was actually someone who was worse than him at naming things. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not have much time to be speechless because the donkey puppet had already attacked him with an extremely dangerous body technique. The four hooves of the donkey puppet seemed to have been meticulously modified. The front hooves turned into fists that glittered with starlight, carrying the mighty force that could easily pierce through heaven and earth. Since his opponent used his fist to attack him, Ning Fan naturally retaliated with his own fist. He used the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strike along with the momentum. This time, it was his full strength. Stupid. How dare you take Brother Donkey's star fist head-on? This is a fist that not even ordinary quasi-saints dare to take head-on. Even if you are a deity, don't even think about it. What? The old man's expression changed. Under his astonished gaze, Ning Fan actually used his own fist to take on the donkey puppet's fist technique. Boom boom boom. In just a short moment, Ning Fan and the donkey puppet had exchanged tens of punches at each other. The result was that they were evenly matched. Impossible. This child was only made of flesh and blood, yet he was able to withstand the impact of the stars. You should know that Brother Donkey's left fist is made from 6 cultivation planets while his right fist is made from 7 cultivation planets. Brother Donkey's casual punch has the power of a 6-star or even a 7-star attack. This lad actually blocked the attack of such a degree so easily. The old man seemed to be unable to believe the scene in front of him. Did Ning Fan really block the attacks of the donkey puppet so easily? No, it wasn't easy. Any random punch had the power of 6 or 7 cultivation planets. What kind of concept was this? Even though Ning Fan and the donkey puppet were evenly matched in terms of strength, every time their fists collided, the bones in his fists would feel excruciating pain, as if his bones were cracking. The donkey puppet was clearly just a half-saint puppet, but it seemed to be even more powerful than many doomsday saints. The fact that he was able to send General Tai's quasi-saint puppet flying with a single hoof was a demonstration of his strength, the strength of an ancient half-step saint, Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. He knew that he had to use his full strength. Cross-shaped halos, activate. Then, he launched the consecutive attacks of the ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike. What? That's the Saint Ring. No, it's not. It's actually not. What a genius. What a genius. The old man's eyes that looked at Ning Fan became even more fervent. Ning Fan, who used his full strength, was naturally not something that a mere donkey puppet could withstand. In the first tens of punches, the donkey puppet was still evenly matched with Ning Fan. However, as Ning Fan's punches became fiercer and fiercer, the donkey puppet finally began to fall into a disadvantageous position. 300 strikes. 500 strikes. 800 strikes. 1,500 strikes. 3,000 strikes. When Ning Fan reached the level of the 3,000 ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike, the donkey puppet was already in tatters. It no longer looked like a human. It was no longer a match for Ning Fan at all. His puppet was clearly in tatters, but the old man was not angry. Instead, he was delighted. The green light in his eyes was so intense that it could devour the world. Genius. An absolute genius. The technique of consecutive attacks has existed since ancient times. However, it's my first time seeing a body technique that uses the ancient Devil Destruction Dao and combines the characteristics of the ancient Devil Violent Strike and the Volcanic Mountain Sex consecutive attacks. However, if this young man thinks that he can defeat Brother Donkey with just this technique, I have to say that he's delusional. Brother Donkey, use the best in the heavens and earth 10 lifetimes refined starlight armor. Understood. The donkey puppet summoned a set of armor that shone with starlight. In an instant it was armed to the teeth. The grade and material of the armor could not be seen. However, it was so heaven-defying that it refracted all of Ning Fan's attacks. None of his punches could hit the donkey puppet. What kind of armor is this? It can actually refract my ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike. I can't see any circulation of Dao power. This armor doesn't use the Dao as its source. It's a type of magic treasure that I've never seen before. It can't even be defined by the grade of a magic treasure. This refraction is very powerful, but it definitely has its limit. If I can deliver an attack that this armor can't withstand, this refraction will break on its own. Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. In just a few breaths of time, he had already seen through the weakness of this armor. The momentum of his punches became even more violent. The number of consecutive attacks he delivered was rising steadily. Unfortunately, even after using the 8,000 ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike, it still could not do anything to this armor. The defensive ability of this armor, no, the refraction ability was too heaven-defying. As long as the donkey puppet wears this armor, perhaps even a second-level quasi-saint would not be able to do anything to it. Wait. Refraction. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He had a guess. He knew how to break through the donkey puppet's armor. It was not enough to rely on a single fierce attack. Even though this armor was heaven-defying, it was not without weaknesses. Its strength was also its weakness. Is it light? Yes or not, I'll know after I try it. Ning Fan secretly activated the power of dark yin and yang. Ning Fan's next punch was suddenly wrapped with the Tao law of darkness. Ever since the donkey puppet summoned the armor, the elderly man had been watching the battle calmly. Inwardly, he was already certain that Ning Fan would lose. However, when Ning Fan used the power of darkness, the elderly man could no longer remain calm. His jaw almost dropped from the shock. He was not shocked because Ning Fan could use the Tao law of darkness but because Ning Fan could actually see through the design of his armor. Boom! Ning Fan's 8,001st punch successfully landed on the donkey puppet. His punch penetrated the armor and penetrated its abdomen, shattering its puppet crystal core. The donkey puppet's eyes immediately turned dim. It lost control and knelt on the ground. It was defeated. It really is light. The reason why this armor can refract attacks is because it has incorporated the profound principle of refraction of light. This kind of integration is different from the forging process of ordinary magic treasures. That's why I couldn't see through it at first. Darkness is the best choice to deal with light. However, if it's someone else who has never cultivated the Tao law of darkness, it's almost impossible for them to break this armor with tricks. Even though Ning Fan had defeated the donkey puppet, he did not feel relaxed at all. It was because he was not too afraid of the donkey puppet from the beginning. The one he was afraid of from the beginning to the end was that elderly man. Ning Fan did not have any confidence in winning against this mysterious elderly man. The only thing he needed to consider was not how to win but how to escape from this elderly man's side. At the moment when he defeated the donkey puppet, Ning Fan waved his sleeve and kept Black Devil, Aphrodite, and the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul into his profound Yin world. Then, he turned around and left. Seeing Ning Fan flee after defeating the donkey puppet, the elderly man was stunned at first. Then, he burst into laughter. I fell into his trap. I, the omniscient old man, was actually deceived by a junior immortal king realm cultivator. Ha ha ha. What a cunning young man. Interesting. I like it. It seems like he has already noticed the fact that I can't fly fast from the moment I showed up. That's why he didn't choose to run away immediately. Instead, he destroyed my brother donkey, which was my means of transportation, before running away. What a wise decision. As a nascent soul realm cultivator, I indeed can't fly fast. However, do you think I only have brother donkey, which is my means of transportation? None of the prey that I set my eyes on could ever escape from me. Brother donkey, come back and have a rest. Brother donkey, I'll choose you. The elderly man struck out a ray of light and recalled the injured donkey puppet. Then, he summoned a golden eagle puppet. This golden eagle puppet was just a 6th tribulation immortal emperor realm cultivator. Its combat power was not as high as the donkey puppet. Of course, this puppet was not a combat puppet in the first place. Brother donkey, if you perform well, I'll give you 5 puppet crystals this month. Screech. Ning Fan was flying in the desert at his fastest speed. Am I right? Or am I wrong? Maybe that old man really doesn't know how to fly. Or maybe it's just my illusion. Not good. Boom! While flying at full speed, Ning Fan unfortunately crashed into an ancient restriction that was left behind in this world and nearly lost his life. Fortunately, Ning Fan's reaction had always been fast enough. He managed to dodge most of the attacks at the last moment and survived. Unfortunately, he was still severely injured by the restriction. His whole body was covered in blood. Even the physical body of a divine spirit realm cultivator was useless against that level of attack. This is troublesome. I really can't fly randomly in this Guangzhou Earth abyss. If I fly in a straight line, the probability of me crashing into the restriction here is too high. However, if I use the point-type teleportation, the probability of me crashing into the restriction should be very low. However, the interference here is too strong. It might even disrupt the path of the 6 paths teleportation door. If I use the 6 paths teleportation door under such interference, it's very easy for the teleportation to fail. If I'm not careful, I might lose my life just like what happened to me when I teleported to Northern Heaven. Ning Fan swallowed a few pills. He did not even have the time to chew them and continued to fly forward. Not long after, he crashed into another ancient restriction. With the previous experience, Ning Fan's reaction was faster this time. He managed to dodge the attacks before they reached him. However, he was still hit by a few of them. This place restricts my senses. I can't predict the location of the ancient restriction in advance. The only thing I can rely on is my body's instincts that I've tempered through countless life and death situations. Using my instincts, I can dodge the attacks when they are triggered. This is my second time. If I encounter a few more ancient restrictions, I'll definitely be able to understand the mechanism of triggering the restrictions in this place. Then, my body will remember the timing when the restrictions are triggered. In this way, I'll be able to dodge perfectly when the attacks are about to hit me. The only troublesome thing is that I have to pay the price of crashing into the restrictions several times to adapt to it. Just like the 6 paths teleportation door, it has its drawbacks. Ning Fan swallowed a few more pills to suppress his injuries and forced himself to move forward. The 3rd time, the 4th time, the 5th time. After that, he crashed into the ancient restrictions 5 more times in a row. Each time, the injuries he suffered were lighter than the previous ones. When he crashed into the ancient restrictions for the 6th time, he actually managed to dodge the attacks of the restrictions completely by relying on his body's instincts. This was not something an ordinary person could do. The speed of his body's reflexes had nothing to do with his cultivation base. It could only be tempered by going through life and death situations. It was a talent that those who cultivated arduously in peaceful environments would never be able to master in their entire lives. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. This brat clearly knows nothing about the distribution of the restrictions in this place, but he still dares to fly so fast. Is he planning to risk his life against me? I just want to capture you for research, alright? It's not like I want to harm your life. Why do you have to take things too hard? Madman. He's really a madman. Is he intentionally crashing into the ancient restrictions again and again? He actually wants to use his body's memory to instinctively dodge the attacks of the restrictions. Is this really possible? Impossible. Each time he gets attacked by the restrictions, the injuries he suffers are actually lighter than the previous ones. 6 times. He can perfectly dodge the attacks of the restrictions in this place with just 6 times. These are the restrictions that I left behind when I suppressed the Ant Lord in the past. Even if the restriction's power has been reduced to less than 10% after the passage of time, it's still impossible for someone to dodge them with their body's instincts. This is too ridiculous. He's just a little immortal king, not a saint. How could he do this? Damn it. This brat's speed is actually so fast when he flies at full speed. My brother Eagle can't even catch up with him. Not good. This brat has gone the wrong way. He can't go any further. If I go any further, it's that monster's new lair. Ning Fan felt a headache. Although his senses were restricted in this 6th level, he could still feel that there was a spirit sense locked onto him from behind. The spirit sense of the old man was not restricted. The old man's spirit sense was still locked onto him and was still chasing after him. Even though he had already used his full speed, he still could not shake off the old man's pursuit. Should I take the risk to open the 6 paths teleportation door and directly teleport out of the earth abyss? Under the interference of this place, even though it's risky, if I succeed, I can definitely shake off this old madman in an instant. However, Xiaoman is still here and I haven't found her location. If I leave like this, wouldn't I be leaving Xiaoman alone in this dangerous place? Sure enough, I still need to find Xiaoman first before leaving together. There was clearly a mysterious old man chasing after him, but he still dared to search for Bei Xiaoman in this 6th level. He was truly audacious. Seeing that the old man was getting closer and closer, Ning Fan felt even more headache. He flew randomly in the sky above the desert and inadvertently flew to the location of a huge hole. This hole was not the entrance to the 7th level. This place was actually a nest of light ants. In this nest, there were hundreds of millions of light ant eggs that had yet to hatch. In the nest, there were also more than 100,000 light ants that had already hatched. However, because they had just been born, their cultivation base was very low and they could not cause any trouble to Ning Fan at all. Ning Fan was not interested in such a light ant nest. Just as he was about to fly directly above the nest, something strange happened all of a sudden. Something in the depths of the nest seemed to have sensed Ning Fan passing by. All of a sudden, it shot out hundreds and thousands of tentacles towards Ning Fan. The speed of the tentacles' attack was much faster than the speed of the ancient restrictions in this place. Even with Ning Fan's body's instincts, he could only dodge a few of the tentacles' attacks. However, he was still entangled by the majority of the tentacles. It was unknown what kind of creature these tentacles came from. Currently, Ning Fan had already unleashed his full cultivation base, but he still could not break free from these tentacles. The more Ning Fan sensed it, the more shocked he became. He actually sensed an extremely dense aura of the third step from these tentacles. The aura of the third step, the tentacles of a saint. There would not be any saints in the age of Dharma ending. However, the difficulty of dealing with these tentacles had definitely surpassed the second step. Light ants that hunt for food, an old madman that seems to be a great ancient cultivator, and this unknown tentacle that seems to be the attack of a saint. This light ancestor Earth Abyss is too dangerous. No wonder the dignified Light Clan can't do anything about this place. Therefore, after I find Xiaoman this time, I must teach her a good lesson. Don't go to dangerous places for no reason. Boom! Tiny traces of samsara power suddenly burst out from Ning Fan's body. With this samsara power, he forcefully broke the tentacles that were entangling him. Only the power of the third step could resist the power of the third step. Even though the samsara power in Ning Fan's body was not much, the unknown tentacles in this place did not really possess terrifying power. Ning Fan was not so weak that he could not fight back against them. More tentacles shot out from the depths of the nest. Even though they did not bind Ning Fan again, they blocked his path, trapping him in the sky above this place and preventing him from leaving in a short period of time. Because of this, Ning Fan was caught by the mysterious old man who was riding on the golden eagle puppet for the first time. This is troublesome. So, I have no choice but to take the risk and use the 6 paths teleportation gates. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to activate the 6 paths teleportation gates to leave this place, the old man took the initiative to attack him. The old man did not attack Ning Fan. He only attacked the countless tentacles that were entangling Ning Fan and a certain existence in the depths of the underground cave. Young man, I will hold this place for you. You should leave quickly. If this fellow goes berserk, you won't be able to handle it. Even that useless master of yours, Ancient Chaos, is not a match for it, let alone you. I have already suppressed this beast for 10 years of reincarnation. No one knows it better than me. In this age of chaos, only I can subdue it. That mysterious old man was actually covering Ning Fan's retreat. Ning Fan frowned. With his abilities, he could also escape using the 6 paths teleportation gates. However, he would have to take a lot of risks. If he is covered by this old man, he would owe karma for no reason. Owing karma to old monsters is really troublesome, humph. You don't want to leave, huh? Are you afraid of owing me karma? I have really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be a mediocre person who keeps talking about karma all the time. Fine. You're afraid of karma, aren't you? I'm not afraid of it. Come, come, come. I owe you karma. Don't leave. Stay here and help me kill that Lord Ant. I'll lend you this item. Later, when I tell you to do it, you must do it. The old man took out an item impatiently and tossed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. It was actually a high-grade innate magic treasure. Yin Yang Sect Protecting Sword. Yang Sword. Good, not punishment. Having the means to communicate with all living beings, Ning Fan instantly knew the name of this sword. However, What kind of stupid name is this? He really did not have the strength to complain about it. The only thing he could be sure of was that this sword was very strong. Extremely strong. Just by holding this sword, Ning Fan felt that his magic power had increased by 20% out of nowhere. It seemed like for some unknown reason, this sword was extremely compatible with his yin-yang transformation and chaotic rings art. Thus, it increased his cultivation base. Ning Fan could even feel the immense power contained in this sword. This was a high-grade innate magic treasure that was hard to come by in the age of chaos. With this sword, Ning Fan even had the confidence to defeat people at the same level as the pure young ancestral master. He actually gave me such a powerful magic treasure just like that. Isn't this old man afraid that I will run away with it? Does he look down on me or trust me? Or maybe he doesn't care. Ning Fan's frown deepened. It was not that he did not have the thought of snatching someone else's magic treasure. However, after considering the difference in strength between him and that old man, he quickly gave up on the idea. Then, what should I choose? Should I stay here and help the old man deal with that annoying ant lord? Or should I return the sword to the old man and leave by myself? Or should I snatch the sword and leave? Zhou Ming, I miss you so much. Suddenly, Ning Fan heard a voice coming from the depths of the light ant's nest. That's Bei Xiaoman's voice. It was a title that only Bei Xiaoman would shout out. Zhou Ming. Damn it. Could it be that this crazy girl has been trapped in this nest? What is she thinking in her head? Is this a place where she can come and go as she pleases? His body's reaction was even faster than Ning Fan's anger. The baleful qi that Ning Fan had accumulated for countless years instantly soared into the sky. His entire body transformed into his eternal true body, like a peerless devil god. He held the yin-yang sect protecting sword in his hand and rushed into the light ant's nest ferociously. At this moment, his mind no longer had any thoughts about the old lunatic or the ant lord. There was only one thing he wanted to do now, and that was to get Bei Xiaoman out of that damned light ant's nest. Then, he would find a place where no one is around and give her a good spanking. Compared to persuasion and education, Ning Fan still preferred physical punishment. What? Have you really gone mad? How dare you directly rush into the ant lord's nest? Why you? Do you want to be digested by the ant lord? With Ancient Luan's wishy-washy personality, she actually accepted a lawless disciple like you. You really suit this old man's taste. Brother Evil, I've decided to choose you. Let's go in too. Yin-yang sect protecting sword. Yin sword. Evil execution. The old man took out another high-grade innate sword and followed Ning Fan into the light ant's nest. Chapter 1191. The moment Ning Fan rushed into the nest of the light ants, a few figures in the depths of the nest seemed to have sensed his presence and sneered disdainfully. Hee. We fell into a trap. We fell into a trap. Another pitiful person who was bewitched by Mother to come here. Mother's illusory technique is still as powerful as ever. In this world, no one is stronger than Mother when it comes to using light as a medium to cast illusory techniques. One of them said disdainfully. Unfortunately, this young man is just a little immortal king. Even if we digest him, Mother probably won't get much useful nutrients. Another person said regretfully. Did you guys feel it? That old lunatic omniscient has also come in. This old man isn't easy to deal with. Another person said. That old lunatic omniscient is also here. Humph. No one is allowed to snatch him from me. This old fogey is my prey. I don't need to eat that little immortal king, but I must kill that old fogey with my own hands. Suddenly, a sturdy black figure stood up from the corner. He let out a cold humph and disappeared in a flash. Seeing the sturdy man's behavior, the others were a little dissatisfied. Damn it! Black Ant actually got there before me again. Does he still have any respect for his seniors? He's always the first one to take a bite. Humph. If it wasn't because the battle of the Queen Ant is near, would certainly suggest the High Priest to punish this person severely. Forget it. In the past, Black Ant was captured by that old lunatic Omniscient for research. His cultivation base was greatly damaged after that. How can I not hate him? If that old lunatic Omniscient doesn't enter the nest, we can't do anything to him. However, he just had the guts to step into this place. Since that's the case, everything will be decided by us. Black Ant won't let go of such a rare opportunity to take revenge. In the nest of the light ants, a golden flame giant was holding the yin and yang sect protecting sword, rampaging around as if there was no one who could stop him. Be it the low-grade light ants that blocked his way or the tentacles that shot out from the depths of the nest, anyone who dared to approach him would be killed by the golden flame giant with the sword. The yin and yang sect protecting sword was indeed a high-grade innate magical treasure. With this sword in hand, Ning Fan's cultivation base skyrocketed by 20%. His magic power had actually risen to 17,000 Tribulation Realm. The lethality of this sword was unfathomable. The mysterious tentacles that gave him a headache just now could not withstand the sharpness of this sword at all. Wherever the sword pointed at, the mysterious tentacles would be cut into pieces. Just like that, Ning Fan killed his way into the depths of the light ant's nest. However, the moment he stepped into the depths of the nest, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. The environment around him was no longer an underground cave but a bizarre world of flesh and blood. The sky and the earth were made of the flesh and blood of an unknown creature. This was a blood-colored space. What was even more bizarre was that the entire blood-colored space seemed to be alive and was actually squirming. What a powerful life aura. This blood-colored space seemed to be alive. Is Shao Man really trapped here? Was the voice I heard before real or was it just an illusion? I never thought that I would have such a moment. Previously, when I heard Shao Man's voice, I rushed here in anger. However, after calming down and listening, that voice seemed to have an extremely faint illusion aura. Forget it. Regardless of whether that voice is real or fake, we'll just have to charge in and take a look. After calming down, the anger in Ning Fan's eyes decreased slightly. However, his determination to explore this space of flesh and blood did not decrease at all. It's getting closer and closer. It seems like the end of this space of flesh and blood is just a short distance away. However, at this moment, the shadow of a black mountain suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It descended from the sky and smashed towards Ning Fan. The destructive power of this black mountain was comparable to the full-force attack of a half-step Saint Realm expert. Under its vast momentum, the entire space of flesh and blood shook violently. Ha! Where did this immortal king baby come from? He actually got tricked into coming here. Since you're already here, don't think about leaving. Just become my food. I will kill you instantly right now and then go and kill old bastard Omniscient. The shadow of the Black Mountain laughed loudly. It did not put Ning Fan in its eyes at all. What responded to the shadow of the Black Mountain was Ning Fan's sword light that soared into the sky. The sword light was as dazzling as the sun. It was the full-force attack of the yin and yang sect protecting sword. It was just a casual sword attack, but its destructive power was actually equivalent to the 7,000 to 8,000 consecutive attacks of the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strike. As soon as the sword light appeared, the laughter of the shadow of the Black Mountain that was falling from mid-air was forcefully stopped. How could it still laugh? He was nearly scared to death. He did not expect that a mere immortal king stage cultivator like Ning Fan could actually deliver such a terrifying sword attack. Damn it! Damn it! What kind of magic power is this? How is this kid an immortal king? His magic power has definitely surpassed 17,000 tribulations. He's obviously a half-step Saint Realm expert. Moreover, he's even a first-level half-step Saint Realm expert. This is against the rules. This little immortal king actually has a high-grade innate magic treasure. How am I supposed to fight him? How am I supposed to fight him? When a first-level half-step saint with 17,000 tribulations of magic power wields a high-grade innate magic treasure that was extremely rare during the age of chaos decay, he could probably even put up a fight against a second-level half-step Saint Realm expert. Even if this place was his mother's territory and he had a unique advantage here, it was still impossible for him to defeat such an existence with his half-step Saint Realm cultivation base. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. A miserable shriek resounded. Ning Fan's sword slashed the shadow of the black mountain that was falling from the sky into pieces. It was indeed slashed into pieces. At the moment he was killed, the enemy had already been burned to ashes by the Yin and Yang sect protecting sword, so this lair still hides a half-step Saint Realm expert of the Light Ant clan. So what if he's a half-step Saint Realm expert? Ning Fan's expression was emotionless as he continued to advance. What? Black Ant was actually killed by this kid with a single slash. Impossible. Even though Black Ant's character is bad, his strength is definitely considered as one of the strongest among us. Damn it. I've underestimated this kid. He's not an immortal king at all. This kid has a high-grade innate treasure sword. The sense of danger he gives me is not much weaker than the High Priestess. What? The High Priestess Yin is a second-level half-step saint. This kid is actually comparable to the High Priestess Yin. Humph. This is our territory. I don't care if he's a first-level half-step saint or a second-level half-step saint. We won't allow him to behave atrociously here. The few of us are not his match individually. However, if we combine our strength, do you think we'll be afraid of him? Combine. At this moment, the few experts of the Light Ant clan unleashed their auras. All of them were actually immortal emperors and half-step saints. As soon as they combined, their cultivation bases overlapped. The auras they gave off surged to the first-level half-step saint realm. The aura of a half-step saint is coming from the end of this space. Ning Fan frowned. At the next moment, a ray of light flashed across heaven and earth, turning into a burly man in silver armor. He stood in the air of this space of flesh and blood. This silver-armored burly man was not a single entity. Instead, he was the product of the fusion of several experts of the Light Ant clan. He was a first-level half-step saint whose magic power had reached 11,000 tribulations. In terms of magic power, he was much weaker than Ning Fan. However, for some reason, this silver-armored burly man seemed to be able to control the entire space of flesh and blood, giving Ning Fan a strong sense of danger. Since you've killed Black Ant, you've become the enemy of our High Priestess Yin. You deserve to die. That silver-armored burly man shouted angrily. The ground of this space of flesh and blood immediately cracked. Hundreds of giant arms slapped at Ning Fan. Those giant arms were made of light. Although they looked light, a single slap from them usually had the weight of a dozen stars. It was extremely terrifying. If Ning Fan was in his normal state, he would probably have a hard time facing the siege of such terrifying giant arms. However, it was different now. He had a powerful weapon in his hand. Qi. Qi, the sword light of the Yang sword flashed. All of the giant arms were cut into ashes by Ning Fan. As expected, the combat power this young man is displaying right now is really close to that of Lord Yin Mother. If that's the case, summon, Mother Mirror of Light. The silver-armored burly man performed a hand seal. All of the light in the space of flesh and blood instantly condensed into an ancient light mirror, sucking Ning Fan into it. Ning Fan immediately felt dizzy. When he regained his senses, he had already been sealed into the mirror by the silver-armored burly man's ability. The Mother Mirror world has no beginning and no end. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens for those who are trapped in it to escape. Young man, you should be content to die under this technique. Next, it's time to deal with that omniscient old lunatic. What? Just as the silver-armored burly man was sneering, his smile suddenly stiffened. At the next moment, the light mirror that he used to seal Ning Fan and the boundless Tao of the world in the mirror were all destroyed by Ning Fan. Ning Fan broke out of the mirror. If he was in his normal state, he certainly would not be able to escape so easily. Fortunately, he was holding the yin-yang sword in his hand. Where's Xiao Man? Ning Fan's yang sword shook and the fragments of the mirror fell to the ground. What Xiao Man? I don't know. How dare you break my light mirror? This is unforgivable. As expected, Xiao Man isn't here. It seems like I've really been deceived by you guys. Do you know what price you have to pay to lure me to this place? Price? Humph. The only price you have to pay is the lives of you and that omniscient old lunatic. Both of you will become my food. It seems like ordinary methods can't deal with you. If that's the case. Fuse. The silver-armored burly man's body shattered and turned into light rays. The light rays flew into heaven and earth and merged with the entire space of flesh and blood. I see. Your original intention of luring me was just to hunt for food. No wonder you're so confident. It turns out that the experts of the Light Ant clan can fuse with this space of flesh and blood. After the fusion, this space of flesh and blood really seems to have become a living creature. The sense of danger I feel is actually not any weaker than a second-level quasi-saint like Taoist Mu Song. Unfortunately, the fusion of your Light Ant clan can't last for too long. There's a time limit for this kind of fusion. Let's see if this blood-red space of yours is stronger or if this yang sword and I are stronger. Boom boom Ning Fan and this space of flesh and blood began to fight. In order to trap Ning Fan, this space of flesh and blood had sealed off the entrance. It did not plan to let Ning Fan escape. This meant that omniscient old man who came after Ning Fan had lost the way to enter this space. Standing outside the completely blocked space of flesh and blood, omniscient old man stomped his feet in anger. I can't get in. He was just half a step slower and he actually could not get in. The flesh of the Lord Ant was hard on the outside but soft on the inside. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break into its interior from the outside. This is not good. This is not good. Destroying the nest of the Lord Ant was supposed to be his mission. This time, an outsider actually got ahead of him. If Ning Fan is unfortunately killed by this space of flesh and blood, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Ning Fan was the rarest research material that he had ever encountered in his life. Is it going to end without any results before all the research has even begun? After fighting against the Lord Ant for 10 eras, no one knew better than him how terrifying the Lord Ant was. Even if this place was just a newly built nest of the Lord Ant, it was enough to kill many quasi-saints. Lord Ant. You stinky old woman. If you dare to kill my research material, don't blame me for breaking the promise and killing all your descendants. Brother Evil, cut it. Cut it hard. Let's break this barrier of flesh and blood together and carve out a path. Damn it. Damn it. I'm just a nascent soul realm cultivator. Even if I modify myself, I won't be able to unleash much of the power of this sword. I won't be able to cut through this barrier of flesh and blood at all. If Brother Donkey is here, it would be great. Unfortunately, Brother Donkey's crystal core has been shattered. I won't be able to repair it without at least 10 days to half a month. Damn it. Damn it. Brat, why did you run so fast? If you ran slower, I would have helped you to kill the Lord Ant. Isn't it good to be alive? Now, I can't help you anymore. You better pray for your own good. Omniscient old man held the yin-yang sword in his hand. He could not cut open the path of flesh and blood no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he gave up helplessly. Crack 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 crack. After an unknown period of time, the world of flesh and blood in front of him suddenly cracked and began to collapse. Omniscient Old Man was stunned. His face was filled with disbelief. Ning Fan actually suppressed the nest of the Lord Ant with his own strength. Boom! The world of flesh and blood completely collapsed. That kind of destructive force was too terrifying. It was enough to tear a second-level quasi-saint into pieces. In other words, defeating those immortal emperors and half-step saints of the Light Ant clan was not dangerous at all. The real danger was being engulfed by the destructive force of the world of flesh and blood the moment he successfully suppressed the nest. Not good. Even though that brat managed to suppress the nest of the Lord Ant by luck, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape from such a degree of destruction. He's dead. He's definitely dead. My research materials are gone. Omniscient Old Man's face was filled with grief. However, he had forgotten that he was just outside the world of flesh and blood. When the world of flesh and blood collapsed, he was also sucked into the terrifying destructive force. That was a terrifying destructive force that could tear a second-level quasi-saint apart. Didn't he need to run away? He really didn't need to run away. He stood in the center of the underground storm, unscathed and unscathed. If he was unwilling to do so, all the attacks would pass through his body. It was as if there was no power in this world that could touch him. It was extremely strange. My research materials are gone, the most precious research materials of my life are gone. After an unknown period of time, the collapse of the underground subsided. The nest that originally existed in this place was also filled up by the sand and soil that had collapsed. Omniscient Old Man kept sighing along the way. He crawled out from the underground of the desert with a face full of despair. However, when he realized that Ning Fan was still standing in the desert and waiting for him, his sorrowful expression immediately disappeared. Then, he raised his head and laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Brat, you really won't die so easily. You've really surprised me. That was the self-destruction of the Lord Ant's flesh and blood. You actually managed to escape from that kind of explosion. You're really a monster. A monster, huh? Ning Fan smiled bitterly. He did not agree or disagree with Omniscient Old Man's comment. He did not deserve to be called a monster. Before the world of flesh and blood collapsed, he took the risk to use the 6 paths teleportation gates and teleported himself out of the range of the explosion. That was why he did not die. If he was really sucked into that kind of destruction, he could only hold on for a few breaths at most with the current strength of his physical body. Under the interference of the geomagnetic field in this place, the failure rate of the 6 paths teleportation gates was very high. Fortunately, there were no problems with the teleportation this time. If such an incident were to happen again, Ning Fan could not guarantee that he would still be so lucky to escape from that level of destruction. Moreover, even though he had destroyed that world of flesh and blood, he did not manage to kill the silver-armored quasi-saint that was formed by the fusion of the light ants. That being managed to escape. It was really not easy to kill a quasi-saint even if it was just a low-grade quasi-saint that was fused with the light ants. If you really want to say who was the monster, Omniscient Old Man should be the monster. In that level of explosion, Omniscient Old Man actually endured the explosion leisurely and returned to the ground at a moderate pace. In the end, he was unscathed. After witnessing this scene, Ning Fan was rather doubtful that even if this Omniscient Old Man stood still and took the attacks, he might not be able to hurt him at all. I'm sorry. Senior's sword has been broken by me. Seeing Omniscient Old Man crawling out of the ground, Ning Fan's expression became slightly awkward. He returned the broken yin-yang sword to Omniscient Old Man. Logically speaking, a high-grade innate magical treasure would not be destroyed so easily. However, for some unknown reason, this yin-yang sword was actually very fragile. There was no need to talk about its power. The fact that this sword could destroy the space of flesh and blood was the proof of its might. Even among the high-grade innate magical treasures, it was probably not an ordinary one. However, this sword was still broken by the space of flesh and blood in the end. It was too fragile. If Ning Fan knew that this sword could be broken so easily, he certainly would not have used its full power but would have held back. What? You actually broke my brother Shan's sword? Why you? You are really a beast. I've really misjudged you. Omniscient old man snatched the broken sword from Ning Fan's hand. His tone of reprimanding Ning Fan was as if Ning Fan had done some beastly things to this sword. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched but he did not retort. He had always been such a person who clearly distinguished between friend and foe. Previously, the old man wanted to capture him to study him without any hesitation. Hence, he was considered as an enemy. However, later on, the old man threatened to protect him and even lent him the sword. It was already somewhat inappropriate to call him an enemy. It was not a small matter to destroy someone else's high-grade innate magic treasure. Judging from the value of this treasure, if it was someone else in the age of decline, Ning Fan would certainly not be any less than the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife. Even though the old man had such a precious magic treasure broken by Ning Fan, he only grumbled a little and did not reprimand Ning Fan. This already made Ning Fan admire him a lot. If Ning Fan's ocean-defying sword and god-slaying shield were destroyed by someone else, he would certainly go crazy and seek revenge. I will find a way to compensate Senior for this sword. Of course, the premise is that Senior will not find trouble with me again. I don't know who Senior is and I also don't know what Senior wants to study me about. However, I'm a perfectly fine person. It's impossible for me to allow Senior to study me so easily. Ning Fan sighed. This sigh was a sign that the enmity between him and Senior had been resolved. He no longer bore a grudge against omniscient old man for chasing after him. You've broken my high-grade innate sword and yet, you're still not willing to pay the price for letting me study it. I've lived my entire life but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Omniscient old man looked at Ning Fan in disbelief as if he was looking at a beast. I've already told you. This sword will find a way to compensate Senior in other ways. No way. I don't care about other forms of compensation. I only want you. Omniscient old man looked at Ning Fan in an infatuated manner. If it wasn't because Ning Fan knew that this old man's eyes did not contain any abnormal emotions, Ning Fan would certainly turn around and leave. I'm sorry. Junior still has some matters to attend to. I don't have much time to waste with Senior here. Ning Fan did not plan to pester this old man anymore. He secretly made up his mind to find a high-grade innate magic treasure to compensate this old man in the future. Looking for someone? Who are you looking for? You can't use your spirit sense in this place, right? It's completely wishful thinking if you want to find someone in this vast desert. Have you ever heard of a mirage? Hee. This desert isn't an ordinary desert. The mirage here isn't an ordinary mirage either. It's the remnant of the Ant Lord's illusion technique. Previously, you also rushed into the nest of the Ant Lord because you were affected by the illusion technique, didn't you? You've also witnessed the power of that illusion technique. When you were affected by it, you didn't even notice it. If I had been careful in advance, I probably wouldn't have been deceived by the mirage in this desert. Ha. What you said is really the biggest joke in the world. You won't be deceived by the mirage in this desert. If I tell you that there was no desert here in the first place, what would you do? When you saw the desert, you were already affected by the Ant Lord's illusion technique. It's pointless to be careful of the mirage. What? This desert itself is an illusion technique? Ning Fan was astonished. He was really astonished. Because even at this moment, he could not sense the slightest trace of the chi of illusion technique in this desert. One should know that his attainment in illusion technique was not low. It could be said that not many people in the age of chaos could be compared to him. If even he could not see the slightest trace of the chi of illusion technique in this desert, then this desert would be rather frightening, you don't believe that this desert itself is an illusion technique? Ha ha ha. Close your eyes and try to sense this desert again. Don't use your sight. Omniscient old man reminded him. Ning Fan followed his advice and closed his eyes. When he first closed his eyes, he could not sense anything strange. However, as time gradually passed, his impression of this desert gradually became blurred. Finally, he sensed a trace of the chi of illusion technique in this desert. It was an illusion technique that affected his sight from top to bottom. After finding the breakthrough point of the illusion technique, Ning Fan quickly broke it with his attainment in illusion technique. With his eyes closed, he gradually could not hear the sound of the wind and sand in his ears. Gradually, he could not even feel the sand under his feet. After blocking his sight, Ning Fan realized that there was really no desert in this place. However, when he opened his eyes again, he was still affected by the illusion technique even though he had been guarding against it wholeheartedly. What appeared in front of him was a boundless desert. This is actually an illusion technique that can't be defended against as long as I use my sight. Ning Fan was astonished. It was his first time seeing an illusion technique of this level. He knew that the existence of light was an illusion technique that could not be defended against. However, it was his first time seeing that the existence of light itself was an illusion technique. It turned out that in this 6th floor, every trace of light was an illusion technique of the Ant Lord. Unless he closed his eyes and moved forward, he would not be able to get rid of the illusion technique at all. However, this place had a huge restriction on one's senses. If he sealed his sight, it would be even more difficult for him to move forward. Wait. If this desert is an illusion technique, it means that I have been affected by it since the moment I stepped into this place. In that case, is everything that I have experienced real or fake after falling into the illusion technique? Did I really meet this crazy old man? Did I really experience the battle in the nest of the Ant Lord? Which of the things that I have done during this period of time are real and which are fake? Now that I feel that this desert is an illusion technique, is it still a part of the illusion technique that I have yet to break free from? The more Ning Fan thought about it, the more shocked he became. The terrifying thing about illusion techniques was that they could not differentiate between illusion and reality. Is it important whether it's real or fake? Do you know that from the moment you were born in this world, from the moment your eyes emitted the first trace of light, you have already been affected by the illusion technique of this world? Ever since you were born, you have been in contact with the world with your sight and understand the world. The mountains, rivers, carriages and beautiful women in your memories are all brought to you by the light. But what if the light has been deceiving you from the very beginning? Are the things that you see really what you see? If you want to doubt it, please don't just doubt this desert. It's best if you doubt everything that you have experienced in your entire life. At that time, you will realize that there are actually a lot of mistakes in your memories. You can't even be sure whether you are alive or dead. Everything that you know is what others want you to know. You know nothing about this world at all. The more the omniscient old man spoke, the more absurd it was. Ning Fan, on the other hand, calmed down and heaved a long sigh of relief. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Guidance? Hee. What I'm doing is not really guidance. I'm just copying the theories of others. In the past, I was also lost. However, I was guided by someone. Thus, I was able to open my eyes and re-examine this world. The person who guided me knew from a long time ago that there was no such thing as reality or illusion in this world. There is no existence and there is no non-existence. There is no past and there is no future. The truth of this world is not real or fake, it's not karma, there is no good or evil, there is no one and only. It's all about what you decide to believe. This is a world that exists as long as you believe in it. A cultivator who opened his eyes. It turned out that this omniscient old man was actually a cultivator who opened his eyes. Alright. Let's not talk about this anymore. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm the infamous omniscient old man in the Guangzhou Earth Abyss. I'm the only one in the entire world. There is no one in the past, present or future that I don't know. May I know little friend's name? Ning Fan. Oh, it's Brother Ning. I heard that Brother Ning is looking for someone. The omniscient old man addressed Ning Fan as little friend in the first sentence, but he addressed Ning Fan as brother in the second sentence. Or perhaps, being addressed as brother by the omniscient old man was not a form of respect at all. Because in the eyes of the omniscient old man, a donkey was also a brother and a brother was also a donkey, yes. Ning Fan did not care about these details. What he could be sure of at this moment was that this omniscient old man was incomparably strong and that the other party did not have any malicious intent towards him. Who is Brother Ning looking for? If you're not afraid of owing me karma, I'm more than happy to help you look for that person. So be it. I've already broken one of your high-grade innate magic treasures. I don't care about some more karma. This place is too dangerous. With Senior's help, it'll be better for me to find Xiao Man earlier. Ning Fan said helplessly. Hiss. Xiao Man. You're talking about Xiao Man. The person you're looking for is the little devil named Bei Xiao Man. However, when he heard that the girl Ning Fan was looking for was called Xiao Man, the omniscient old man was first shocked and then overjoyed. Senior knows Xiao Man. Ning Fan was surprised. Ha ha ha. The heavens have eyes. This is really the heavens have eyes. Finally, there's someone who came to subdue that little devil. Little friend, are you sure that you can bring that little devil away? Are you sure that she will listen to you and go with you? Will you compensate for all the losses that she has caused me? Will you give her a good beating to help me vent my anger? The omniscient old man said excitedly. Ning Fan was slightly speechless. Why did he feel that there was a lot of information in the omniscient old man's words? It seemed like he had suffered a lot in Bei Xiaoman's hands. How could such a supreme existence be controlled by a little girl? No matter how he heard it, it sounded ridiculous. The Xiao Man that Senior knows might not be the same person as the one I'm talking about. Ning Fan guessed. Really? Is the Xiao Man that you know wearing red clothes and red silk? The omniscient old man frowned and asked. Yes. Is she cultivating the Gui Star bloodline? Yes. Is she protected by a lot of stone warriors? A lot of stone warriors. Maybe. Yes. Is she a lazy person who idles around and never does proper work? Moreover, once she gets hold of someone's weakness, she will bully them by hook or by crook, even if the other party is old man Fengzhu. Is that girl that bad? Ning Fan was speechless. Yes. The omniscient old man's face turned red with anger. His wrinkled face looked like a blooming chrysanthemum. Don't say anything else. Come with this old man and bring that little devil out of this old man's research room. Immediately, immediately. Genius website. Apex mobile version. Chapter 1192. The Yiguang Ancestral Earth Abyss had 12 levels. These 12 levels used to be the territory of the ancestors of the Light Clan. Now, it had become the breeding ground of the Light Ants. Omniscient Old Man had opened up dozens of secret cave dwellings to be used as research rooms. The largest one of them was built somewhere in the 6th level of the abyss. Ning Fan followed Omniscient Old Man and sped across the desert. After traveling for an unknown period of time, 2 blurry black shadows suddenly appeared in front of them. They were so tall that they looked like 2 giants. This place had too much of a restriction on one's senses. Coupled with the sandstorm, Ning Fan could not see clearly what the 2 huge shadows were. When he got closer, he realized that they were 2 black mountains. An ancient sand city was built between the 2 black mountains. This sand city seemed to have been abandoned for countless years. However, there were still many remnants of dilapidated buildings, as if the civilization of the ancestors had existed here. Of course, it was also possible that this sand city was created by the Ant Lord's illusion technique and everything was fake. We're here. The little devil you are looking for is here. Let's go down. Omniscient Old Man kept the golden eagle puppet and brought Ning Fan to the sand city. Omniscient Old Man was still fine. He was the owner of this sand city. There was nothing wrong with entering this place. However, Ning Fan was an outsider. The moment he stepped into the city, the two huge black mountains on both sides suddenly seemed to have come alive and locked onto him with killing intent. As the earth shook and the mountains shook, countless black dragon shadows spurted out from the two black mountains. The black clouds rolled and the sky turned dark. Big dragon, air dragon, don't be naughty. This little friend is not an enemy. As soon as Omniscient Old Man's words came out, the two black mountains immediately calmed down and resumed their lifeless appearance, as if they were really two mountains. Ning Fan understood. It was not his first time seeing mountains as guards for his tomb and cave dwellings. Naturally, he would not be surprised. However, the cultivation level of these two black mountain guards was not low. They were actually immortal Emperor Realm mountain puppets. This omniscient old man was really generous to use immortal Emperor Realm puppets as guards. Of course, considering that the donkey that omniscient old man rode was an existence that was infinitely close to the quasi-saint realm, Ning Fan was relieved. Little friend, what do you think of these two Dark World Destroyer Dragon Emperor puppets? Ha! You don't even fancy an immortal Emperor puppet. Little friend, you really are not immortal. No, I don't like it. It's just the stupid name you gave the gatekeeper puppet. Ning Fan was speechless. At this moment, he was absolutely certain that the omniscient old man's naming skills were 3 streets worse than his. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, omniscient old man suddenly stopped in front of a dry well. There were at least 30 to 50 such wells in Sand City, but since the omniscient old man had purposely stopped here, he naturally had his reasons. Paper money to buy the road, the dry well opens the door. Omniscient Old Man suddenly took out a bunch of paper money made from talisman paper from his inventory bag, threw it into the well and chanted a chant. In an instant, the originally ordinary dry well suddenly emitted a strange brilliance. Traces of underground water even seeped out of the bottom of the well, causing the originally dry well to have water surface. The water in the well rippled, and within the ripples, a strange human face suddenly appeared on the surface of the well. It said in a stiff tone, "Password." The tiger comes out of the pit, and the turtle jade is destroyed in the pit. Whose fault is it? Answer within 10 breaths. If you answer wrongly, you will be obliterated. Ning Fan's eyes slightly twitched, feeling that it was quite interesting. It seems like this dry well is the entrance to the omniscient old man's abode. However, I didn't expect this dry well to have such a unique design. It actually requires a password to enter and exit. It was a very unique password. Ning Fan remembered this phrase. It seemed to be from a certain ancient book that mortals often used in their studies. It seemed to be called Analects of Confucius. The tiger and the rhinoceros ran out of the cage. The turtle shell used for divination and the jade artifacts used for sacrificial rituals were destroyed in the box. Whose fault was it? The keeper of the abode could not shirk his responsibility. The answer was very simple. It was the manager's responsibility. Ning Fan thought to himself that this omniscient old man was indeed knowledgeable about the past and present. He really lived up to his name of omniscient. He could even quote the Analects of Confucius from the mortal world and use it as a passcode. This was not something that an ordinary cultivator could do. Ning Fan faintly admired this omniscient old man's knowledge. It's not me who's wrong. It's the world. Omniscient old man answered. The admiration in Ning Fan's heart that had just risen was shattered with a cracked sound. There's nothing wrong with it. When the water in the well asked omniscient old man whose fault was it, omniscient old man's answer was that it was the world's fault. There's nothing wrong with it, I've thought too much. This person is really just an idiot. Ning Fan cursed in his heart. He followed Omniscient Old Man and jumped into the well. This was a dry well. Although underground water had seeped into it, the well water was only half a chi deep. However, after Ning Fan jumped into the well, he actually sank endlessly in the well water. After sinking for an unknown period of time, Ning Fan suddenly felt his vision turning dark. Then, his vision became bright again. His body instantly left the well water and flew out from the other end of the dry well. The other end of the dry well was connected to another desert and another sand city. At first, Ning Fan didn't think that there was anything wrong with this desert. But then, he discovered something strange. The sand city that he was currently standing in was exactly the same as the previous sand city. It was just that all the buildings were on the opposite sides of the other sand city. I see. Senior's abode is actually built in the reflection of the 6th floor. Ning Fan really felt like his horizons had been broadened. Reflection. Be it the desert or the sand city that Ning Fan saw at the moment, they were all the reflections of the 6th floor of the earth abyss. Of course, they looked exactly the same, but their left and right sides were opposite. Because it was the reflection of the world, this place was as vast as the 6th floor of the earth abyss. In this reflection of the world, there were also black mountains and sand cities. However, the black mountains here were just reflections. They were not puppets or guards. As for the sand city here, it was filled with pedestrians and it was very lively. This was the city that built the reflection of the world. Other than Omniscient Old Man, there wouldn't be a second city lord. The city lord has returned. City lord, please do me a favor and let me leave this place. I don't want to be studied anymore. City lord, as soon as Ning Fan and Omniscient Old Man appeared in the reflection of the sand city, all the residents in the city began to clamor. Some of them were cheering while some of them were wailing and begging for mercy. Ning Fan scanned the area with his spirit sense and was slightly speechless. He found out that those residents who welcomed the return of Omniscient Old Man were all puppets created by him. As for those who were wailing and begging for mercy, they were basically the research materials that Omniscient Old Man had captured from various places. Wait. Spirit sense. This reflection of the world that Senior created doesn't seem to have any restriction on spirit sense. Ning Fan asked in surprise. Ha! Of course. Spirit sense is also one of my research topics. Of course, I won't replicate the geomagnetic force here to interfere with spirit sense. Omniscient Old Man smiled proudly. He was very satisfied with Ning Fan's surprised reactions after entering the reflection of the world. Then, when he thought of Bei Xiaoman who was still wreaking havoc in his territory, he felt a headache. He secretly regretted that he had captured this little devil lord along with him when he was capturing research materials. Save me! Save me! Suddenly, a few cultivators of the northern heaven who were wearing shackles rushed over and begged Ning Fan for help. However, they were stopped by a group of puppet soldiers. Those cultivators seemed to be the young geniuses of the northern heaven. Although their cultivation bases were not high, each of them had decent innate talents. It was unknown how long these young geniuses had been locked up in this place. As soon as they saw Ning Fan was not wearing any shackles, they immediately begged him for help. Ning Fan frowned, but he did not respond to their cries for help. He knew that Omniscient Old Man was not a kind person. Otherwise, he would not go around capturing research materials. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not have the ability to save them in front of Omniscient Old Man. It was already good enough for him to protect himself in front of Omniscient Old Man. The difference in their strength was just too huge. There's no mistake. Xiaoman's chi is really in this sand city. It seems like Omniscient Old Man did not lie to me about this matter. This place is also the right place. However, I can't be sure if Xiaoman is really giving him a headache like what he said. Or maybe this Omniscient Old Man is just putting on an act, using Xiaoman as a bait to lure me here. One must always be vigilant. Even though I owe him some karma, I can't let him do whatever he wants. Ning Fan would never lose his basic vigilance at any time. Towards omniscient old man, he could forget about the incident of him capturing the research materials in the past. However, it was impossible for him to completely trust him. Hee. I've embarrassed myself in front of little friend. There are quite a lot of research materials that I've locked up in this place. If little friend has encountered them, please pretend that you didn't see them. If little friend shows excessive kindness and lets go of the research materials that you shouldn't have, I will get angry. When that time comes, I won't be able to get along with little friend peacefully anymore. Omniscient old man reminded him. What he said was not really a threat. He really did not want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Ning Fan just because of some research materials. Of course, if little friend really wants to let go of any of the research materials, it's not like I can't give little friend face. As long as little friend is willing to replace those research materials and let me experiment on them, I won't have any opinion on who little friend wants to let go. Omniscient old man looked at Ning Fan with infatuation. He wished that Ning Fan would sacrifice himself to save others. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was never a saint. How could he sacrifice himself to save a stranger? I'm sorry. Other than Xiaoman, I'm not interested in anything in this place. Are you really ancient chaos disciple? You actually didn't learn a single bit of his good character of being kind and giving to others. Omniscient old man was filled with regret. Senior seems to be very familiar with my master. Yes. Very familiar. In the past, the immortal sovereign had asked my master to guide ancient chaos. That was how ancient chaos finally created the yin-yang transformation in chaotic loop technique. Who is the immortal sovereign? Who is my master? I can't remember clearly. I don't know why my memory of the past is not very complete. Recalling the past, omniscient old man's eyes suddenly became blank. Then, he became crazy and irritable. Zido. It's all Zido. He caused my master to lose all of his cultivation base. He caused my master to become a madman. He caused my master to become the laughingstock of the Hongjun sacred sect. I want to destroy the Zido immortal domain. I want to kill all the descendants of Zido. I want to avenge my master. But my master didn't allow me to do that. Before he dispersed his spirit, he only asked me to look for junior martial brother. But who is my master? Who is Zido? Who is my junior martial brother? Omniscient old man gradually calmed down. His expression was dejected. He seemed to be a person with a lot of stories. However, he could no longer remember those stories clearly. Ning Fan's expression changed because of omniscient old man's words. Omniscient old man's crazy words were too scary. Immortal sovereign Zido had once harmed omniscient old man's master. Could it be that omniscient old man and his master were once great enemies of the Zido immortal domain? Ning Fan had spent a lot of effort to deal with Niuman Shan of the Eastern Heaven. Now, there was an old madman who was not inferior to Niuman Shan in the Northern Heaven who also wanted to destroy the descendants of Zido. Ning Fan knew from the beginning that immortal sovereign Zido was not a kind person. Just the matter of destroying Ziwei and the Northern Dipper immortal domain and establishing the Zido immortal domain was enough for him to hear countless bloodshed. Be it mortals or immortals, as long as they achieved something, they would always step on corpses and bones. There was no exception. Fortunately, omniscient old man's master seemed to have stopped omniscient old man's actions. Because of that, omniscient old man did not really take revenge on the Zido immortal domain. Where were we just now? Yes, I remember now. Little friend, you seem to have asked me if you are very familiar with ancient chaos. Who is ancient chaos? I don't know this person. After omniscient old man regained his composure, he seemed to have lost a lot of memories. He had completely forgotten about his crazy behavior just now. He only remembered that Ning Fan had asked him a question. This time, however, he could not remember who Ancient Chaos was. Since Senior isn't familiar with my master, then forget it. Ning Fan was worried that Omniscient Old Man would go crazy because of another topic, so he stopped talking to him. On the contrary, Omniscient Old Man regained his usual interest after forgetting about his crazy behavior. He kept showing off his masterpiece to Ning Fan along the way. Little friend, look at that puppet that can spit fire. It's the Gung-type puppet that explodes reality and banishes the world. That's a flying sword-type puppet. I named it the Xian Mao-type puppet that justice will triumph over evil. This one is, deep in Ning Fan's heart, he had already determined that Omniscient Old Man was an extremely dangerous saboteur. However, when Omniscient Old Man regained his composure, he felt that this Omniscient Old Man was still an idiot. This man seemed to have a deep understanding of puppets. It wasn't surprising that Northern Heaven was the place where the puppetry technique was gathered. The ancestral emperor of Northern Heaven, Dao Wang, was an outstanding figure in this field. However, what surprised Ning Fan was that Omniscient Old Man was not only good at puppetry. He even knew how to cultivate spiritual insects and spiritual beasts. Ning Fan followed Omniscient Old Man all the way to the central palace of Sand City. This was where Omniscient Old Man's research room was located. There were many research rooms. In the first research room, Ning Fan saw many giant light ants. The light ants here were more than 10 times bigger than the light ants of the same level in other places. Their strength was also a few times higher than the light ants of the same level. It seemed to be the result of Omniscient Old Man's meticulous cultivation. Further inside, there were other research rooms. There were all kinds of giant spiritual insects cultivated by Omniscient Old Man. They were not just light ants. In the cultivation world, there was a kind of demonic beast called Dragon Elephant. This beast was born with great strength, but it was extremely difficult to grow to the immortal venerable realm. But in this place, Ning Fan even saw a dragon elephant that was cultivated to the immortal king realm. This was the masterpiece of Omniscient Old Man. In the cultivation world, there was a kind of flower demon called Profound Young Flower Demon. This flower demon only had males, and reproduction could only be carried out through division. But in this place, Ning Fan met a female Profound Young Flower Demon. It was not a real female flower demon. It was just that Omniscient Old Man had changed its sex, making it look extremely miserable. For the sake of research, this Omniscient Old Man could do anything. He could even disregard ethics. This made Ning Fan shocked because he had never met such a crazy researcher. He began to worry about Bei Xiaoman's safety. If Bei Xiaoman was also crazily researched by Omniscient Old Man, Ning Fan did not dare to imagine how furious he would be after knowing about this. He was getting closer and closer. In front of him was the last research room. Bei Xiaoman's qi was clearly coming from there. When he was about 100 steps away from the research room, Omniscient Old Man suddenly stopped and let out a long sigh. Little friend, I don't dare to go any further. That little devil had ordered me not to go within 100 zhang of this place in order to not disturb her peace. If I do, then. Sigh. In short, little friend, you can go into the last research room by yourself. Remember, you must bring this little devil away from my research room. Oh right, little friend, be careful. There are many stone soldier puppets in this research room. This old man had modified them. Therefore, apart from this old man and that little devil, anyone who enters this research room will be killed. Omniscient Old Man said helplessly. Ning Fan nodded and pushed open the iron door of the research room alone. He did not consider whether Omniscient Old Man's words were true or not. Whether it was true or not, he would know once he saw Xiaoman. This research room was much bigger than Ning Fan had imagined. Xiaoman seemed to be at the deepest part of the research room. The moment Ning Fan pushed open the door, he did not find Bei Xiaoman immediately. Instead, he was locked on by 12 killing intents at the same time. There were 12 stone puppets guarding outside the research room. The structure of these puppets was obviously different from Omniscient Old Man's style of making puppets. Instead, they were very similar to the Grandpa Stone Soldier that Bei Xiaoman had brought to the Rain World. However, unlike that stone soldier which had a divine transformation realm cultivation base, the 12 stone soldiers in front of Ning Fan were much stronger. Each of them had the cultivation base of an ancient immortal venerable. Being besieged by 12 immortal venerable puppets would definitely make an ordinary person's scalp go numb. Unfortunately, Ning Fan just pointed his finger and the 12 immortal venerable puppets were immobilized on the spot. This brat also knows how to imitate the fixed reincarnation technique. Omniscient Old Man seemed to have sensed something and was a little surprised. After immobilizing the 12 puppets, Ning Fan walked towards the inner part of the research room. Unfortunately, he had only taken a few steps when a cold female voice filled with killing intent resounded in his ears. You can actually suppress 12 immortal venerables with a single move. It seems like you are not an ordinary person. Let me, Shiji, kill you with my own hands. This time, it was a peak immortal king realm puppet. Moreover, it was a female puppet. This puppet looked pretty good. It was different from the ordinary stone soldier puppets. There were not many traces of a puppet on this female puppet. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no aura of a living person, Ning Fan might have thought that it was not a puppet but a female immortal king realm puppet. Immobilize. Ning Fan used the fixed sky technique again and immobilized the female puppet. Then, with great curiosity, he walked closer and pressed his finger on the female puppet's face. To his surprise, he discovered that this puppet's skin was very elastic, but it wasn't made of human skin. Instead, it was made of real stone. There is actually a stone that is as soft as a woman's skin in this world. No wonder the texture of this female puppet's skin is so real. How dare you? I am the concubine of Lord Stone God. How dare you disrespect me? If it wasn't because my cultivation base was restricted by the 8 stone soldier formation, how could I possibly be restrained by your finger? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The face of the female puppet named Shiji was as cold as ice. Even her angry expression was no different from a real human. Lord Stone God. What's that? Ning Fan was surprised. However, he was too lazy to care about Shiji. He was also too lazy to flirt with her. He was just interested in the material that Shiji was made of. As if she had sensed the commotion outside, a little girl who was sleeping soundly in the research room woke up. It's so noisy. It's so early in the morning. Can't you let me sleep? Don't you know that lack of sleep is a girl's natural enemy? You bunch of damn traitors. You're not worthy of being called stone soldiers. Humph. I will skin you alive. Just as Bei Xiaoman was about to get up and fix the noisy stone soldier puppets, a man's aura pounced on her the moment she sat up from her bed. Skin. Who do you want to skin? Do you want me to skin you and see what's going on in your head? Why did you come to this place to behave atrociously? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly dark. His large hands moved around Bei Xiaoman's body to check. Fortunately, all parts of her body were normal. She was not modified. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you take advantage of me? Bei Xiaoman was so shocked that she almost cried. After leaving Ning Fan, how many years had it been since she got close to a man like this? Now that she was pressed down on the bed by a strange man and was being caressed all over her body, she felt so ashamed that she wanted to die. But why is this smell so familiar? What a familiar voice. What a familiar face. Bei Xiaoman's heart suddenly felt indescribably wronged. It's that super baddie Zhou Ming. He's here to look for me. Am I dreaming? Damn it. It must be an illusion technique. I must have fallen into the illusion technique of this abyss again. The great devil Lord Zhou must be like what my second sister said. He's hugging women in the eastern sky. With Nguyen Air and Ling Air by his side, why would he think of me? Why would he come here to look for me and save me? Stupid Zhou Ming. Rotten Zhou Ming. Why would he rather ascend to the eastern sky than the northern sky? He must have been seduced by some shameless woman to the eastern sky. Damn it. Which part of me can't be compared to those women? I'm beautiful, sweet and skillful, but you actually like the new and hate the old. Ugh. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry after hearing Bei Xiaoman's complaints. He did not remember that Bei Xiaoman was such a resentful woman. It's quite interesting. Along the way, Ning Fan had been enduring the tremendous pressure of life and death. Now that the string in his heart had loosened, how could he still remember to educate Bei Xiaoman properly? All of his thoughts had been replaced by other thoughts. Whether it's an illusion technique or not, you'll know once you feel it with your body. With a flash, he carried Bei Xiaoman into the profound Yin world. Outside the research room, omniscient old man felt that it was a pity. Sigh. I thought I could witness the mating between a deity and a female cultivator. It seems like this brat doesn't intend to let me see it. What a pity. It's really a pity. I wonder if deities use the posture of a dog or the posture of a horse when they're having sex. Or maybe it's the same posture as a normal man and a woman. In the profound Yin world, Bei Xiaoman's voice was about to turn hoarse. She was now very sure that Ning Fan was not using an illusion technique. How could such an animal's invasion be an illusion technique? Yo. You're still the same as before. You're so weak that you can collapse in a single blow. Ning Fan was purposely provoking her with his words. It was a very simple trick. No one would fall for it. However, Bei Xiaoman fell for it very much. Nonsense. I'm already very different from before. Second sister has taught me many techniques. I must squeeze you dry and break you mercilessly. I will make you kneel before me and fuck your toes for me. Ah. Wait. I'm not ready yet. Wait. Wait. No. This place. Ah. Spare me. Spare me. Great Devil Zhou, Great Immortal Zhou. Call me Ning Fan. What Ning Fan? Didn't your second sister tell you? I, Zhou Ming, am Ning Fan. Clap 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 as he spoke, his movements did not slow down at all. At the same time, another group of guests arrived in the Light Clan. Junior Fu Su Chen greets the seniors of the Light Clan. The leader of this group was a young man who was as handsome as a heavenly deity. The corners of his mouth seemed to always hang a confident smile. Oh. Little friend, are you the new clan leader of the Fu Su family? The rumored Taoist of the Water Sect. When the few immortal emperors of the Light Clan heard that the person who came was Fu Su Chen, their expressions changed. I'm indeed this junior. My master heard that something had happened in the earth abyss of the Light Clan. That's why he sent this junior here to lend a helping hand. This junior has brought the 8 formation puppets that my master gave me. This is Senior Immortal Stone. Fu Su Chen introduced a short old man with an arrogant air to the immortal emperors of the Light Clan. What? Your sect actually invited Senior Immortal Stone here? That's great. Senior Lei Zhe has already entered the earth abyss. If Senior Immortal Stone is here to help. Humph. We don't need any Lei Zhe. One person is enough. The short old man who was called Immortal Stone said proudly. As soon as he released his quasi-saint chi, everyone in the area could not stand steadily. He was actually a quasi-saint with 18,000 tribulation magic power. Senior Immortal Stone, don't be rude. Fu Su Chen frowned slightly and reprimanded. This Immortal Stone was obviously a quasi-saint. Moreover, he was a top-notch expert among the first-level quasi-saints. However, for some unknown reason, he did not dare to disobey Fu Su Chen's words. Upon hearing this, he immediately retracted his qi. However, he still had an arrogant look on his face. He did not even put the Light Clan in his eyes. Seeing this, the people of the Light Clan could only smile bitterly. This junior has come here to deal with the matters in the Earth Abyss. Nominally, it's an official matter. However, it's actually a private matter. To be honest, the fiancé that my master has arranged for me is also in the Earth Abyss. Whether it's for official or personal reasons, I can't just sit back and watch the chaos in the Earth Abyss. Regarding this, please don't worry, seniors. We've forgotten about this. The current Rain Master has arranged the fourth lady of the Lost World Palace to be your fiancé. With you and Senior Immortal Stone, there's no need to worry about the safety of the fourth lady of the Lost World Palace. Speaking of which, I'm really looking forward to meeting my fiancé for the second time. I hope that this meeting won't be as unpleasant as the previous one. If she still dares to be rude to me this time. I won't always be so polite. A trace of cold light flashed across Fu Su Chen's eyes. His master's order appeared in his mind. For the sake of the Stone Soldier 8 formations, you must obtain Bei Xiaoman at all costs. Since the Shiman clan has taken the initiative to give up on the engagement, don't blame the Water sect for interfering. If we still can't win her heart, you, Fu Su Chen, don't come back anymore. Sigh. What's wrong with me? She's just an inexperienced little girl. How could I have the intention to kill her? I really shouldn't have done this. That kind of ignorant little girl can be tamed with just a few words. The last time I was slapped by her in front of the entire Lost World Palace was probably just an accident. There has never been a woman who could reject me over and over again. If I add the debt of saving her life this time, I don't believe that she won't submit to me. Fu Su Chen had always been confident in his ability to attract women. Genius website. Apex mobile version. Chapter 1193. The Lost World Palace was known as the strongest force in the northern sky. Naturally, the secret tribe and the Four Fish sect were not included in the list. However, it was undeniable that the Lost World Palace had unimaginable rallying power in the Northern Heaven. Many old monsters of the Northern Heavens wanted to befriend the Lost World Palace because the Lost World Palace possessed a divine tool, the Lost World Tower. The Lost World Tower could change the flow of time, allowing a cultivator to experience several years or even dozens of years in the tower in a year in the real world. As long as there were sufficient resources, any sect in the northern sky had the confidence to use the Lost World Tower to produce Void Fragmentation Realm experts in a short period of time. Once the number of Void Fragmentation Realm experts increased, the number of people who broke through to the Immortal Realm would naturally increase as well. The cultivators of the Northern Heavens far surpassed the other three heavens. The heaven-avoiding coffin was one reason, but the Lost World Tower was another. It was because of the existence of the Lost World Tower that the Four Meridians sect paid special attention to Northski and established their headquarters here. All the sects in the Alliance were secretly following the lead of the Lost World Palace. Because of the existence of the Lost World Tower, even the Northern Heaven secret clan was very polite to the Lost World Palace. They had a close relationship with each other. After all, there were young talents in the secret clan who needed to use the Lost World Tower. As the Palace Lord of the Lost World Palace, everyone thought that Yuan Yao was a powerful figure. However, she was not. The authority of the Lost World Palace was not entirely in Yuan Yao's hands. Most of it was in the hands of the Elders' Council. The elders in the Council of Elders were divided into three factions: the Western Palace, the Northern Palace, and the Eastern Palace. Among them, Yuan Yao was from the Western Palace. As a result, every time Yuan Yao gave an order, the Western Palace elders would listen, but the Northern Palace and Eastern Palace elders would have to oppose her. The elders of the three palaces divided the power of the Lost World Palace among themselves. It was fine if they fought among themselves, but they just had to drag all the sects in the northern sky into a war. This was the origin of every sect war in the northern sky. What's the point of living like this? Shao Man, I'm sorry. I can't walk out of this palace. I can't save you. I can only watch them plot against you. I'm not even allowed to help you vent your anger. In the cold palace hall, Yuan Yao stood by the window and looked at the scenery outside. The sharp fingertips pierced her palm, but she didn't feel any pain. Outside the window, there were strict guards keeping her under house arrest. A dignified palace mistress was actually under house arrest. It was simply ironic. Further away was the cliff of the Lost World Island. Below the cliff were waves crashing against the shore. The sea of stars that floated in the starry sky was called the Time Sea by the cultivators of the Lost World Palace. Yuan Yao felt bitter in her heart. She had heard about the upheaval in the earth abyss of the Light Clan and that Shao Man had been dragged into it. She knew that the chaos in the earth abyss this time was also the work of the Great Elders faction. The Great Elders faction in the Eastern Palace loved to do such filthy things the most. She knew that Shao Man was different from her other three daughters. She was recognized by the Stone Soldier 8 formation when she was young, so her status in the northern sky was extremely special. All these years, Shao Man had been schemed against the most among her four daughters. That was why she had sent Shao Man to the lower domain back then to protect her in secret. Of course, due to Shao Man's special identity, the people of the Four Meridians sect would not sit idly by. They might even send their sage-to-be to the Light Clan to rescue Shao Man. However, as a mother, how could she not worry about her own daughter? She was more willing to lead her people to the earth abyss of the Light Clan to rescue her daughter. However, her opinion was rejected by her master, the old ancestor of the Lost World Palace. Yuan Yao felt helpless and sad because of the previous dispute. You are the Palace Lord of the Lost World Palace. Every word and action of yours represents the West Palace. There is no mistake about this. It is definitely the work of the East Palace. I didn't expect that they would even dare to meddle in the territory of the Light Clan. Do you think they only want to scheme against a little girl like Bei Xiaoman? You are too muddle-headed. They also want to scheme against you. If you lose your mind because of your concern and disregard your identity as the Palace Lord and lead your people to the Light Clan, I can guarantee that they have a backup plan. They will trap you in the Light Ancestors' Earth Abyss or even kill you there. When that time comes, you will miss the most important part of the competition between the three palaces. Now that the competition between the three palaces has started again, you must think of the big picture and not act on impulse. But, no buts. Your Palace Lord needs to rest. No one is allowed to disturb her. No one is allowed to leave the palace. What? Master. No matter what, I am still the Palace Lord of the Lost World Palace. As an elder, how can you go against your superior and put me under house arrest? Go against my superior? Humph. If I didn't promote you, do you think that you would be able to become the Palace Master of the Lost World Palace with your cultivation base and talent? If it wasn't for my little trick to help you deal with that little girl from the Luo clan, this Palace Lord position should have actually belonged to that little girl. How dare you flaunt your might as a Palace Lord in front of me? What a joke. If I knew that you would do something to Luo Yu, I would rather not be the Palace Lord. She is my only friend in this life. Friend? Humph, the Palace Lord of the Lost World Palace does not need friends. It is not up to you whether you want to be the Palace Lord or not. It is not up to you to be the Palace Lord. Guards the palace. No one is allowed to enter or leave without my order. Yuan Yao looked at the vast sea of time outside the window. Her eyes were like the sea water of the sea of time, lifeless. The air here was very empty. There was no real freedom. That's right. She had lost her freedom since she was very young. She could not choose her own path. She could not save her friends. She could not even seek justice for her daughter when she saw her own daughter being schemed against by her enemies time and time again. She did not feel any joy living like a puppet. However, as a mother, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and carry on with her life. Every time she felt depressed, she would miss the little indulgence in the past. She could not help but think of the little fellow named Liu Bei. They were the only two memories in her life that were worth cherishing. Unfortunately, that memory was just a short and absurd dream. She used to argue with her daughters about who was the strongest young man in this generation. Later on, she found out that the Liu Bei she mentioned, the Ning Fan that Li Er mentioned and the Zhou Ming that Xiao Man mentioned were actually the same person. What was more troublesome was that Ning Fan was Xiao Man's man. When Yuan Yao first learned about this, she broke down. Her rationality and morals collapsed at the same time. She could not tolerate herself serving the same man as her daughters. Later on, her second daughter, Bei Qinghan, brought back the latest news about Ning Fan from the Eastern Heaven. Bei Qinghan originally wanted to tell Bei Xiaoman about this but Yuan Yao stopped her. As a result, Bei Xiaoman did not know much about this matter. She only knew that Ning Fan had gone to the Eastern Heaven and was hooked by a woman called Muan Er or Leng Er. Yuan Yao did not want Xiaoman to know the exact news about Ning Fan. Thus, Bei Xiaoman still thought that Ning Fan's name was Zhou Ming. She herself did not want to hear any news about Ning Fan but she would still send people to inquire about him from time to time. Her thoughts were complicated. Of course, the Northern Heaven and the Eastern Heaven were too far apart. She did not really have great authority in the Lost World Palace. Thus, it was not easy for her to inquire about Ning Fan's whereabouts. On the contrary, the Great Elders faction who had a keen sense of smell had noticed something. Afraid that this matter would be exposed, she no longer dared to send people to inquire about Ning Fan. As a result, her understanding of Ning Fan stopped at his strength after he joined the Slaughter Palace. Time had finally made her learn to be rational. She did not want Bei Xiaoman to know about her relationship with Ning Fan. She did not want Bei Xiaoman to break down together with her. If Ning Fan comes to the Northern Heaven one day, she would just regard him as a passerby. That was all. It was because she knew that Xiao Man would certainly not be able to accept the fact that her husband and mother had done such things. Men are indeed not good people. That man named Ni Fan was like that in the past. Now, this Ning Fan is also like that. However, for some unknown reason, Yuan Yao who was currently under house arrest thought of Ning Fan again when she was feeling the most bitter inside. She thought of the short time when they were fleeing for their lives in the past. Perhaps she still could not let go of that little fellow. However, she knew that she must let go of it. If all these sins must be shouldered by someone, then I will shoulder it alone. No matter what, I will not let Xiao Man know about these things. I will not let Xiao Man be harmed. Xiao Man, you must not let anything happen to you. If you get hurt in the Guangzhou Earth Abyss, I will perish together with those people from the Eastern Palace even if I have to risk my life, in the profoundine world. After floating up and down, Bei Xiaoman fell asleep due to exhaustion. Reuniting with Ning Fan made her feel incomparably relieved and happy. Apart from feeling relieved, she actually dreamed of many trivial things in the past. That year, she was 6 years old. Her mother brought the four of them to the mortal world to comprehend the Tao. When she saw the little girls on the streets being held by their fathers, she was very envious. Mother, Xiao Man also wants to have a father. Can you find a father for Xiao Man? Mother, why doesn't Xiao Man have a father? Mother, how did her mother answer at that time? Yes, her mother seemed to have said something like this. Xiao Man, be good. Xiao Man doesn't need a father. There are no good men. Thus, she remembered the latter half of her mother's words. Ever since she was young, she had been rejecting contact with men. But did she really not need a father? No, she did. She also wanted to have a father who could ride on a big horse. However, looking at her mother's hesitant eyes, she finally shut her mouth obediently. From then on, she never asked such silly questions again. She guessed that she probably had a father before. However, that father had let her mother down. If it was not because of that, her mother would not have such a lonely look in her eyes. That year, she was 13 years old. That was the day when she first came to the Gui water. That time, her mother was scared out of her wits while the entire Lost World Palace was overjoyed. She was obviously not an ordinary little girl. She was a cultivator, and cultivators had already slain the red dragon. Why did she come to the Gui water? She was puzzled. Later on, she found out that she was a cultivator who was born with the Gui meridian. That time, the Gui water was the true awakening of her Gui meridian. It seemed that this Gui meridian was extremely powerful, but at the same time, it had a huge side effect. The Gui meridian was mainly about killing. Therefore, the stronger her cultivation base, the more unreasonable and brutal her character became. She began to lose control of her killing intent. She could not even control her increasingly violent strength. When she was young, she once raised an immortal rabbit. However, when she was sleeping, she hugged the immortal rabbit and had a nightmare. In the dream, she exerted her strength and activated the Gui meridian. She actually killed the immortal rabbit. From then on, she no longer dared to raise these little animals. Later on, when she grew up, she began to be schemed against by the Great Elder. Even though she managed to survive time and time again, the people who served her had to suffer because of her. They died one after another. Thus, she began to yell and scold the people around her, forcing them to stay away from her. To others, it seemed like she was extremely arrogant and unruly. However, it was actually a form of self-protection. She did not dare to stay with the living. Thus, she chose puppets as her companions. In her fragmented dreams, she saw a scene that made her unable to sleep when she was young. At that time, whenever she could not fall asleep, she would force Grandpa Sherbing to tell her stories. Sherbing was a puppet. Puppets did not have feelings, and they would not do things that they could not do. However, under her coaxing and pestering, Grandpa Sherbing finally learned how to tell stories. He looked like a real grandpa, and the way he looked at her was filled with kindness. She dreamed of the scenes in the endless sea again. She dreamed of all the times when she was bullied by Ning Fan. Even though she was always bullied when she was with Ning Fan, she felt so happy when she recalled those memories. She did not feel lonely at all. Zhou Ming. Massage my legs. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Bei Xiaoman's jade-like body was lying on the ground. She murmured in a half-awake state. Without opening her eyes, she kicked Ning Fan's face. If it were someone else who dared to give Ning Fan's feet a kick, the consequences would probably be very miserable. However, since it was Bei Xiaoman who did it, the result was naturally different. You're actually still the same as before, heartless and lawless. Ning Fan laughed and held Bei Xiaoman's leg. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. Bei Xiaoman was still the same as before. She was unruly but also a little cute. However, he was different from before. He was no longer the insignificant harmonious spirit realm cultivator who had just arrived at the endless sea. He had experienced too many things in these years. Even though he still looked young on the outside, his heart had been marked by the vicissitudes of life. Stop pretending to be asleep. Since you're awake, let's have a good talk. Or do you prefer me to use my body to communicate with you? Ning Fan knew that Bei Xiaoman was pretending to be asleep. Thus, he purposely gave her an evil smile. He would only act like this in front of her. Pooh! Stupid Zhou Ming! Rotten Zhou Ming! Only you can say such shameless words without batting an eyelid. I don't want to communicate with your body anymore. How could Bei Xiaoman still dare to pretend to be asleep? She immediately opened her eyes and pushed away Ning Fan's roaming hands. It's not Zhou Ming. It's Ning Fan. Didn't I already tell you what happened in the past when we were on the mission? Zhou Ming is just an alias. I was muddle-headed just now. How could I hear so much clearly and remember so much? Besides, I'm already used to you calling me Zhou Ming. I can't change it in a short period of time. Besides, the name Ning Fan isn't domineering at all. Zhou Ming sounds better. It sounds like a devil lord, which suits me better. How does Zhou Ming look like a devil lord? Little girl, you have to apologize to everyone in the world who is called Zhou Ming, the last one. Besides, I haven't forgiven you yet, alright? I was waiting for you in the northern heaven, but you ascended to the eastern heaven and fooled around with Nuan Air and Leng Air. You're fickle, in love with the new, and you're tired of the old. TSK TSK TSK. Is Nuan Air really that good? Is she better than me? The more Bei Xiaoman spoke, the more dissatisfied she became. She purposely stretched out her leg to touch little Ning Fan. It doesn't matter if she's wearing silk or not. She had the confidence to do so. She wanted to seduce Ning Fan until he lost his sense of direction. She wanted to let Ning Fan know how powerful she was. Thus, Ning Fan's eyes, which had already calmed down, became deep and serene again. Thus, the conversation was forced to stop halfway through. Bei Xiaoman succeeded. She successfully aroused Ning Fan's interest. As a result, she was pushed down by him again. She complained incessantly and regretted her actions. After this time, Bei Xiaoman finally learned her lesson. She was out of breath and begged for mercy. Ning Fan wanted to chat with me, right? I'll just talk to him obediently and stop flirting with him. Anyone who dares to flirt with this beast will definitely pay the price. Oh yeah. Didn't you say that when you heard that I was in danger, you immediately rushed here anxiously? You purposely came to save me, didn't you? You care about me a lot, don't you? Suddenly, Bei Xiaoman thought of something and felt a little proud. Your description is too exaggerated. I'm not anxious at all. I'm just passing by to see you. Is it really just passing by? I don't believe it. You just love me, you just worry about me, and you just care about me. I won't be able to live without you. You pitiful and lowly slave of love. Surrender to my beauty. The more Bei Xiaoman thought about it, the more smug she became. She felt as if she had defeated Nuan Air or Leng Air in some aspect. Then, she felt a little strange and asked in confusion. That's not right. No matter how great your innate talent is, you should only be at the void fragmentation realm after all these years, right? How could a void fragmentation realm expert like you possibly go to the Light Clan and the Earth Abyss? Besides, how did you come to the Northern Heaven from the Eastern Heaven? Isn't the road to the border river blocked? Humph. To be honest, I'm already at the profound mortal realm. Among the cultivators of this generation, I'm already an existence that's as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Did I scare you? However, the strange thing is that I can't see through your cultivation base even though I'm an early profound mortal realm cultivator. Are you wearing some kind of magic treasure to hide your cultivation base? Or perhaps, you're not at the void fragmentation realm but a life immortal realm like me? Hiding my cultivation base? Ning Fan could not help but laugh. He did not hide his cultivation base at all. He just did not deliberately release the chi of his cultivation base. Under such circumstances, Bei Xiaoman, who was just at the profound mortal life immortal realm, naturally could not sense his true cultivation base. Why would he need to hide it? I'm not a life immortal realm expert. TSK. So you're just a puny void fragmentation realm expert. However, you don't have to be discouraged. You're different from me. The cultivation resources you have are too little. I'm also not a void fragmentation realm expert, what? With your innate talent, you're still stuck at the void refinement realm? You're really stupid. Bei Xiaoman became even more complacent. While she was feeling proud, she also felt a little heartache. She still remembered Ning Fan's domineering attitude in the endless sea in the past. He was like a supreme devil lord. Now that he had ascended to the heaven realm, there were countless people like him. With his pride, he must have suffered a great blow, thus, she showed a rare gentleness. She held Ning Fan's face and said seriously, "No matter how stupid you are or how weak you are, I won't let anyone bully you. I swear." Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Should he feel touched? Or should he display his full cultivation base and slap Xiaoman's face to broaden her horizon so that she won't look down on her man like this? Forget it. It's better not to display my cultivation base. Ning Fan was afraid that if he displays his full cultivation base, he would shock Bei Xiaoman. "Oh yeah, it's been a long time since we last met. I forgot to give this little girl a relic before I do something which greatly improved her cultivation base." Forget it. This little girl's body has already reached its limit. I'll give it to her next time. Just as Ning Fan was pondering, Bei Xiaoman continued to speak. "However, there's one thing that's a little troublesome. Sigh. After the competition between the three palaces is over, I might have to get married. But don't worry. That person can only get my title and not my body. In private, I can still keep you in my room and make love to you every day." Ning Fan's face turned a little gloomy. Bei Xiaoman is actually going to get married. Moreover, she actually plans to keep him as her mistress. What a joke. By the way, you're just a void refinement realm cultivator. How did you travel across the starry sky? How did you come to the Light Clan and fly into the Earth Abyss? I'm very touched that you came to save me. However, this place is really dangerous. It's not a place where a puny void refinement realm cultivator can act tough. Next time, remember not to step into a place where you're not strong enough. However, you don't have to be afraid. With me around, I will definitely protect you. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched. Shouldn't I be the one teaching Bei Xiaoman these words? Why am I being taught a lesson instead? I should be the one saying these words. You're just a life immortal realm cultivator. Why do you want to enter the 6th level of the Earth Abyss? What about your grandpa Stone Warrior? Doesn't he care about you? Besides, what's going on with those ancient stone puppets in the research room? I can vaguely feel that those stone puppets are a little abnormal. As soon as she heard Ning Fan mention the stone puppets, Bei Xiaoman's eyes immediately turned red. Her eyes were filled with hatred. It's all because of that damn old man. He killed Grandpa Stone Warrior. I want to avenge Grandpa Stone Warrior. I want to destroy his research room. Ning Fan immediately frowned. Of course, he knew who the stinky old man that Bei Xiaoman was referring to was. He also knew how important Grandfather Sherbing was to Bei Xiaoman. Without holding back, he activated the mind-reading technique and saw through Bei Xiaoman's current thoughts. I see, no wonder Bei Xiaoman, who is just a life immortal realm cultivator, would go to the 6th level of the Earth Abyss. Actually, Bei Xiaoman was not training in the 6th level of the Earth Abyss in the beginning. She was training in the 1st level. She brought a lot of stone puppets with her as bodyguards. If she was only moving around in the 1st level, her safety would not be a problem. However, she was just too unlucky. She was just wandering around in the 1st level. Why did she encounter such a terrifying existence like the omniscient old man? This is really unreasonable. Fortunately, the omniscient old man did not hurt her. Unfortunately, all the stone puppets she brought here were captured by the omniscient old man and modified. Including her one and only Grandpa Stone Warrior. Including Grandpa Stone Warrior, she brought a total of 14 stone puppets with her. Grandpa Stone Warrior's cultivation base was the lowest among them. He was only at the Divine Transformation realm while the other puppets were at the Life Immortal realm and Crossing Truth realm. Of course, their cultivation bases were not enough to stop the omniscient old man. If it were just ordinary puppets that were taken away, Bei Xiaoman would not care. However, Grandpa Stone Warrior was just too important. She had no choice but to take the risk to enter the 6th level of the Earth Abyss and barge into the omniscient old man's research room. When she arrived at the research room after much difficulty, she could not find Grandpa Stone Warrior. What she found was only the other 13 stone puppets that had been modified. The cultivation bases of the stone puppets that were modified by the omniscient old man had skyrocketed for some reason. All of them actually possessed the strength of an ancient expert. However, the troublesome thing was that because of the modifications, these puppets began to listen to the omniscient old man instead of her. This was also the reason why she scolded those puppets as traitors in the beginning. According to her investigation, Grandpa Stone Warrior seemed to have been modified to death by the omniscient old man. She would never forgive the omniscient old man no matter what. Ning Fan fell into silence. He held Bei Xiaoman in his arms. He did not know how to comfort her. Grandpa Stone Warrior was like her biological grandfather. He accompanied her as she grew up. Today, he was killed by the omniscient old man. Ning Fan originally wanted to get along well with the omniscient old man. Now, it seemed like it was impossible. However, there seemed to be a lot of doubts about this matter. Bei Xiaoman's bodyguard, Stone Warrior, was taken away. With her life immortal realm cultivation base, how did she come to the 6th floor alone? And how did she break into the omniscient old man's research room? What was even more puzzling was why the dignified omniscient old man would be so afraid of Bei Xiaoman. You have the omniscient old man's weakness. Ning Fan said solemnly. It was not a question but a certainty. Yes. I don't know why, but there seems to be something in my storage pouch that is more important than his life. That's why he is so afraid of me. Bei Xiaoman took out a worn-out wooden token from her storage pouch as if she was showing off. It was something she saw by chance when she entered the Stone Warrior 8 formations to train. There were only 2 words written on the front of the wooden token. On the back, there were some pictures of yin-yang fishes. The drawing of the yin-yang fishes looked a little special. It was slightly different from the yin-yang fishes that were commonly seen in the cultivation world. It seemed to be the token of a registered disciple of an ancient sect, this kind of special picture of yin-yang fishes. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Wait. This is... Ning Fan frowned. He remembered it now. Isn't this kind of special picture of yin-yang fishes the emblem of the Heaven and Earth sect? He had seen it before when he was learning about the history of the Black Devil sect. This inconspicuous wooden token was actually the token of a registered disciple of the Heaven and Earth sect. Even so, Ning Fan still could not understand why the omniscient old man would be so afraid of such a small token. AI. Why was I so muddle-headed that day and snatched this little girl's spiritual puppet? The omniscient old man who was waiting outside the research room sighed softly. In the past, when Bei Xiaoman was training in the 1st level of the Earth Abyss, he suddenly went to the 1st level to look for her. It was not an accident. He purposely went to look for her. At the moment when Bei Xiaoman entered the Earth Abyss, the omniscient old man sensed an extremely familiar aura from her body. That aura made him feel fear, uneasiness, desire and confusion. His memories were too fragmented, and he could not remember his past clearly. He did not know what was on a little girl like Bei Xiaoman that could evoke so many emotions in him. So, he walked all the way from the 6th floor to the 1st floor and looked for Bei Xiaoman. After seeing her, he found out that the thing that made him emotional was just an old and tattered token of a registered disciple. Why would I care so much about the token of a registered disciple? If I really want this item, I can just snatch it from her directly. However, deep in my heart, I don't know why I don't dare to snatch it. It seems like I still have some mission that I have yet to complete. That's why I'm not qualified to obtain it. It's a mission. What mission is it that I'm about to complete? I can't remember. I can't remember. Oh right, I'm looking for my junior brother. But who is he? The omniscient old man's eyes flashed with confusion. That day, he found Bei Xiaoman in a daze. After seeing the token of a registered disciple, he obviously had the urge to obtain the token. However, he did not dare to snatch it. He did not even dare to attack Bei Xiaoman who was holding the token. It was as if Bei Xiaoman who was holding the token was so sacred that she could not be offended. Thus, in the end, he did not snatch the token from Bei Xiaoman's hand. He only snatched Bei Xiaoman's stone puppet and brought it home to modify. He did not like the feeling of his emotions being controlled by a tattered token. He thought that when he returned to the research room, he would be able to cut off that feeling. However, he did not expect that Bei Xiaoman was too heaven-defying. She actually found her way all the way to the 6th level and broke into his research room. Although this little girl's cultivation base was low, she seemed to be quite capable. She actually ignored the light ants along the way, followed the aura of the stone puppet that was snatched away, and broke into the 6th level of the earth abyss alone. Moreover, she even broke the door of his world and directly broke into this world. This was not something an ordinary person could do. This little girl has a lot of secrets. She is definitely a top-notch research material. However, she has that strange token. I don't know why, but I can't do anything to that token at all. I can't do anything to her. As a result, no matter how she causes trouble in my research room, I actually don't dare to use force to chase her away. I can only seek help from that brat. Why? Why? Why would my emotions be controlled by a small token? I will obviously have such a token as a registered disciple too. Master said that as long as I complete the mission, he will give me one and allow me to enter the sect. I have been waiting for that day to come. Enter the sect. Enter what sect? Who is Master? Sigh. My memory is too incomplete. The only thing I can be sure of is that I really can't do anything to that little girl as long as she still has that damn token. Omniscient old man sighed continuously outside the research room. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was studying the token of a registered disciple in the profound Yin world. He had the ability to communicate with all living beings. He could obtain more information from this small token. After activating the ability to communicate with all living beings, he confirmed that this token was indeed the token of a registered disciple of the Heaven and Earth sect. Moreover, he could hear some intermittent conversations from the token. Omniscient old man, I'm about to disperse my spirit. The only thing I'm worried about is that little disciple whom I've never met before. He is the disciple whom I received in my dream. He is also your little junior brother who has yet to enter the sect. You have made a huge mistake. Originally, you don't have the qualifications to enter my Heaven and Earth sect again. However, if you can find my little junior brother in your dream and protect him from immortal sovereign Zido's scheme, I will let you off the hook and allow you to become my registered disciple again. I will pass this token to Nangong. You have to work hard and don't make any more mistakes. Strive for the day when you can get the disciple token from Nangong's hands again. It was the voice of a powerful saint that was left in the token. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely find my little junior brother and protect him well. This time, I won't let Master down again. It was actually the voice of Omniscient Old Man. Omniscient Old Man had once come into contact with this tattered disciple token. Ning Fan's brows were deeply furrowed. The Heaven and Earth sect was the predecessor of the Black Devil sect. This omniscient old man seemed to have a deep relationship with the Heaven and Earth sect. Stupid Zhou Ming. I will definitely avenge Grandpa Stone Warrior. I can't defeat that stinky old man, but he doesn't seem to have the guts to hurt me either. I want to destroy his entire research room. Do you want to join me in the destruction? Are you really sure that your Grandpa Stone Warrior is dead? Ning Fan was a little speechless. He did not know why Bei Xiaoman kept saying that omniscient old man was the one who killed Stone Warrior. However, according to his senses, Stone Warrior did not seem to be dead, I am not sure. However, the prisoners who were captured and brought here said that Grandpa's stone warrior was locked up in the Hell research room by that stinky old man. Those who are locked up there can only die. Is that so? I understand. Put on your clothes. I will bring you to your Grandpa's stone warrior. Not long after, Ning Fan left the profound Yin world with Bei Xiaoman and returned to the research room. Ning Fan already had some understanding of what Bei Xiaoman had experienced. Thus, he directly went to Omniscient Old Man and asked for Bei Xiaoman's Grandpa's stone warrior. No. That puppet is very important to this old man. I can return the other puppets to you. I don't even need to charge you for the modification fees. However, I can't do that, puppet. Omniscient Old Man said firmly. Bei Xiaoman was overjoyed. Omniscient Old Man's answer meant that Grandpa's stone warrior was really not dead. This is really great. She thought that Grandpa's stone warrior was already dead. Senior Omniscient Old Man, that stone warrior puppet is very special to me. Please make an exception and return it to me. Ning Fan said with a frown. Humph. That puppet is also very important to this old man's research. It's a puppet that can give birth to emotions on its own. It's not an external transplant. You want that puppet? Sure. You can replace him to help me with my research. Omniscient Old Man looked at Ning Fan greedily. His tone was so firm that he could not refuse. Stinky old man, who gave you the guts to research my man? Let me tell you. No. But. Yes. Bei Xiaoman exploded in anger when she heard that. She had yet to settle the score with this old man about Grandpa's stone warrior, and this old man actually wanted to research Ning Fan again. What if Ning Fan gets damaged? She simply could not tolerate it. She really wanted to give this stinky old man a good beating. Unfortunately, she was no match for him. Damn it. Damn it. You're just a silly little girl. How dare you talk to me like that? But why? Why can't I do anything to you? Omniscient Old Man's identity was not something that he would be willing to be scolded by Bei Xiaoman. He was so angry that his eyes became blurry. He really wanted to give Bei Xiaoman a good beating. Unfortunately, he did not dare to do so. Subconsciously, he did not dare to hurt the person who had the token. No matter what, stinky old man. Silly little girl. Stinky old man. Silly little girl. Ning Fan's horizons were really widened. Other than Bei Xiaoman, there was probably no other person in this world who dared to scold Omniscient Old Man like that. After scolding him for a long time, Bei Xiaoman suddenly felt bored. She patted her storage pouch and took out her honorary disciple token and held it up high. As soon as he saw the token, Omniscient Old Man's expression changed drastically. When he saw the token, he began to lose control of his emotions again. He actually took a few steps backwards, not daring to get too close to Bei Xiaoman. He also did not dare to scold her in front of the token. TSK. I knew you were afraid of this stupid token. Now, I'm using this token to order you to release my share. Bing. Grandpa. Grandpa. Oh, all right. Quickly keep the token. Don't point it at me. Keep the token and I'll release him. Omniscient Old Man's face was filled with tears. Finally, he compromised. Humph. When I find my junior brother, I won't be afraid of this token anymore. I can hold it in my hand with a clear conscience. But who is my junior brother? Why do I need to find him? Omniscient Old Man murmured, You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.